Good morning, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the PAB for the session today. Just a note, the Secretariat has printed the voting members' name tags, so if everyone can kind of angle them a little towards the front so Andrea can make quick of everyone's names during the vote. Yeah, and there's some on the table in the back if you don't have yours in front of you. And also the Secretariat put out the minutes from yesterday. We're trying to streamline the reporting process. So everyone should have a copy in their inbox. So if you could maybe take a few moments this morning to sort of glance over what was completed yesterday so we can at least have that discussion to sort of speed up the process on getting the minutes approved would be helpful. So just picking up from yesterday's agenda, I think we just had one proposal, industry proposal to go over, and that was C2. And that coincided with area 2A. I don't know. Doesn't look like the 2A representative is here.
You have some 2A folks here.
Oh, you do? Sorry. Okay.
We're state folks.
Okay.
If we can help, we're here to help.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. I guess I'll give you the floor if you want to speak to Prop C2.
Which is
Proposal C2.
Is that the 1.65?
Yeah, it's the
Scott may be better to
okay.
know. Sure. Where do you want me?
open mic, I guess, up at the front there
Roger.
today. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm Lynn Mattis. I'm actually with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, but I'm in Area 2A. The proposal that you're looking at was a proposal put forward by the Macaw, Patrick DePoe, who is unable to be here. And based on some guidance from the Secretariat, the proposal was put in place or was put in to put the 1.65 million pound ceiling floor for Area 2A into regulation. However, since this proposal has gotten into place, we've gotten some feedback from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the commissioners that this may not be the most appropriate way to go about it. Codifying it into regulation may not be the best method because then it's solid and in regulation. Instead, it may be better to go about like we have been, putting it in for several years at a time. Just some way to get that 1.65 million pounds, pardon me, getting over a cold, to get that 1.65 million pound floor in there for multiple years. So it was a regulatory proposal based on guidance from the Secretariat, but we've heard that that may not be the best route any longer. There's still interest in having that 1.65 million pound floor, but maybe a different methodology to get there.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? John?
So I'm just curious, as a floor at 1.65, I mean, what's your sense or the area's sense of if the resource were to, for whatever reason, but climate change comes to mind, move north, then suddenly that number is not workable?
Through the chair and vice chair, that is part of the reason for the maybe not being in regulatory, because if it's codified in regulation, it's harder to change. The way it had been the last several years, it's said 1.65 million unless there's a conservation concern. So by maybe not putting it in regulation, but doing it multi-years through the FCEY setting process, then there's that ability to adjust for conservation concerns, climate change, et cetera. So that was part of the guidance that was received since the proposal was submitted.
Thank you. Anyone else? Peggy?
Thank you. So do you know why he wouldn't have just withdrawn that proposal?
Through the chair, Ms. Parker, I do not. I'm not sure when this was brought up. I know I learned about it Monday morning when we had a 2A meeting. So some of it may be the timing. Part of it could be too, just to have it on the record that this was a methodology that was tried, and just trying to get that floor into the record and figure out what is the most appropriate process to get it there. And I'm trying not to speak for Mr. DePoe since he's unable to be here today, but to the best of my knowledge.
Miles?
Good morning. As a guy that buys a lot of 2A.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for? Okay, thank you. Oh, John, sorry.
So Miles, I didn't follow that.
Sure.
Can you would vote against it because you don't want to put it into regulation?
Right.
Okay, got it.
Use the standard method to come up with 1.65.
Okay, thank you. So move this along, Miles. Would you put a motion together based on your thought?
Yep, my motion would be to
Okay. Do we want to add some wording as to why we're rejecting it, just so there's a little bit of context? Mainly based on, from what I heard,
seems appropriate, but methodology for coming up with that number through this proposal is not sound in our opinion, and we would like to use the normal FCY method of 1.65 million pounds.
John?
Could I just suggest a word change instead of use the word reject, say the group does not support this proposal?
Friendly amendment.
Okay. Okay.
I think simple is easy. Figure it out and go to the next one.
Yeah, Miles is fired up today.
Just
It's good to see.
fish.
So do you have that, Andrea? Yeah, okay. So we've had Heather, do you second based on new
Yeah,
wording?
I seconded it,
Okay.
but then I have a question for
Yes.
Miles regarding the additional language. Could you just repeat that, please? You said that you thought the methodology for 1.65 was appropriate, the current methodology. Is that what you mean?
I mean, the methodology for finding all the other allocated pounds for the catch areas, the FCY standard method, I think is appropriate. But this proposal, I don't think should be ratified.
Okay, I was just checking on what you thought was appropriate. Thanks. Sounds good.
Okay. Then we'll put it to vote. Is there any opposition? Okay, unanimous. Oh,
Miles, I'm sorry, we didn't catch that online. For the online people, would you turn your mic on for the proposal?
to have it read.
That's what he's saying.
Okay, let's try it again. So for this proposal, I don't think the methodology that they propose is correct. However, I do think the 1.65 million pounds allocated to 2A through the FCEY methodology is correct. So I would propose that we fail to adopt this proposal.
Norm?
Carl, I wasn't trying to put my hand up. I didn't have a comment. I was just trying to agree. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll put it to vote. Any opposition? There's none, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, just moving on the agenda, it looks like that takes care of all of the industry proposals, I believe. Yep, so we can, I guess, we have a couple agenda items to tackle, but I guess we can start talking about mortality limits. How do we want to start with this? Do we want to discuss overall TCEY and then look at individual areas, or do we just want to look at a TCEY as a whole and leave it to the commissioners to divvy it up? John?
So when you say mortality limits, are you looking for a motion direction for the by area proposal we would have for catch?
Yeah, so on the agenda, it's sort of listed as, coastwide perspectives, regulatory area perspectives, and TCEY recommendations. So we can tackle it however we choose as a group. If we just want to start off with the TCEY number and go from there
So
as a start point.
I would suggest I I think there's a proposal floating around. I'm prepared to put it on the table as a motion,
Okay.
and it's by area. And I think it makes sense we just start there because it's
Okay.
ultimately going to get there anyway. So rather than talk about a total TCEY, we should just, I think, put this table on the table. I need a copy of it. I do. I don't know how to get it up here.
Okay, I sent it to Monica. She's doing it. We're getting it up there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in need of significant IT help here. But if we can get it up on the,
Yeah,
If we
it
get
should
up
be
on
up here
the,
shortly. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, they're working on getting it together. Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a bunch of folks have been talking about, as John said, is trying to come up with an agreement at both the conference board and the PAB that gives some help to the commissioners as they move forward. And my understanding is that the U.S. members of the conference board have agreed on an approach. And this approach would be to look at the individual areas and not start with a TCEY reduction coastwide. So you were talking about different approaches, and my understanding is that the approach that has been taken by a number of members of the conference board has been to start with the individual areas rather than start with the coastwide TCEY. Just so you, in reply to your.
Okay, thank you. John?
so this is the table. So my motion is that we, as the conference, as the PAB, approve this table and recommend this is what the catch limit should look like for 2023. This is our recommendation to the commissioners. And if there's a second, and this includes all areas, by the way, and if there's a second, then I'll give you the rationale.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
Email that out so everybody can see it.
That's part of the deal.
We don't know what we get to put on.
I don't have everybody's emails.
Okay,
So
we are-
maybe, if, Carl, if you want, I can speak to the rationale or we can wait for everybody to get the table.
Yeah, maybe just hold on 1 second
Okay.
and then we can see it.
I sent everyone an email this morning with the notes. If you just replied all and attached to your document there. I don't have it. That might be good.
Right.
Hey, Don, how do I make this smaller so I get the whole screen? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good.
What time was it?
8:35 this morning.
There it is. Got it. Why don't you do it? Yeah, I'm just sort of saving it and doing that stuff. Sorry. PDF would be good, yeah.
Peggy, did you say that you converted it to a PDF?
I did.
Would you send that one to me? I
Yes.
can't remember right here, so I'm just gonna send these.
Did someone send me your address? Sorry, do you mind?
I don't think that
Maybe address 6. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's not you.
Maybe your PDF is split over 4 pages.
I sent you those over 4 pages?
Because it's, you didn't format the page from Excel. So instead of like printing it as one wide document, it's just,
It's not that one. Okay, so hold on a second.
you have the Excel format.
I think it's. Sorry. Leave that because I think it's not. Okay, can you send this to us? And did you send it last night about 7?
I don't know, Peggy. Do you want me to send it again?
I've got a lot from you, but I don't think I have that one.
Okay. They've got it.
Thank you.
I think they've got it from. It doesn't need to be a PDF. It's probably best that it's not, because if you want to change it, you can do it on the screen.
So I got the one from the Halibut Coalition. But I think, let me just look at that.
So I think non-PDF is
Oh,
best.
that's it. Okay, sorry.
So send us the Excel.
I did
That's the
not.
same one.
I
It's
did
got
not.
2A totals. Reduction from 2022 is the last line. Okay.
Okay,
Let
I just
me-
sent the Excel.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I just printed a PDF, so I'll go ahead and send that to
To the group. Thank
the
you.
group. Yep.
Yeah.
Andrew just sent us.
Oh, great.
There it is.
Yeah, you can. we were converting over to, we have it now in a PDF as well.
Yeah,
Just took that long.
I can send it to everybody. I have one that's just this also in landscape, which might be.
This works. I don't think we need it in a PDF. So,
As long as everybody can see
yeah,
it. we're
so
good.
everyone should have a copy in their inbox. Okay, John.
So my motion is to recommend this table to the commissioners as our plan for 2023. It shows you by area.
Okay.
And basically just the overall rationale.
Okay.
And again, this is an overall view. And I suppose there could be some discussion about individual areas, but I think this is a relatively fair representation of maybe what should happen, and certainly a place to start. Represents an overall reduction of 8.4% in the TCEY. That's an important piece. We've heard just that this resource is in a somewhat questionable, in a questionable area relative to a growth rate and the year classes we see coming, although we could be coming out of that dark hole. It spreads, as I said earlier, it spreads the reduction, I think fairly equitably across, all the survey areas. It's based on the survey data, the downward trends based on the survey data by area. It recognizes, again, the uncertainty in recruitment and growth. As we heard from Ian yesterday, he was supportive of this table. He didn't see the 2A and 2B portion, but I think if you asked him today, I believe he'd be supportive, and I think the science would be supportive of this harvest rate. And I think in part because it's consistent with the mortality numbers that ultimately have to drive this stock back upward.
Thank you. Any questions, or it's still up for discussion? Nick?
Looking at this table with the rationale and everything, I'm just curious. You guys are deciding to apply an 11% deduction to 2B due to the FISS survey. However, when you look at the deductions for 3A, 3B, 4A, which are minus 37%, minus 13%, minus 26%, the deduction that you guys are applying, is a 4.6% increase in 3B, less than half of that in 3A, and just over half in 4A. So I'm just curious what the rationale is for disproportionately punishing Canada in this one.
John?
Well, so 3B, last year, if you remember, 3B, there was fairly significant upside, as I recall. The group decided not to pursue that. And so that's why this year, instead of dropping 13%, the number could have been dropped last year. That is, the number could have been improved last year significantly. I don't remember what the actual percentage was, but as I recall, the survey showed that 3B had very significant increases in 2022, and that area was not increased dramatically as it could have been. And so that's the rationale for the 3B, what looks like an increase. If you look at it over a 2-year period, though, it would be still a decrease. And then the 4A and 3A, the thought process was that we should just drop it 15% as a max. I don't think that's a regulatory, or I don't think there's any rule to that effect, but that was the thought process, 15%. And I believe in 2C, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in 2C, there are a couple things. One is the overall portion of 2C should be at 18, I think it's 18 point something percent. If you, this number comes out at 17.8%, so it's very close. And you could make the argument you want to go to 18.3, but I don't think you could make the argument you want to go above that. So yeah, if there was a motion to take 2B to that 18 or 18.3% of the total FCEY or TCEY, that would probably be friendly.
Heather?
Does that answer your question? Or questions?
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 15% max that was applied to 3A and 4A, that was one of the questions I asked Ian yesterday. Is it appropriate to do that from an MSE perspective? Because the MSAB had determined that it was appropriate to not change either up or down any one area more than 15%. They did it to coastwide, actually, and that's the question I asked him. Was that just applicable to coastwide, or was it applicable to each area? And he said it was, they had just applied it to coastwide, but that it was a reasonable way to sort of limit massive changes either up or down in any one area. So the folks who initially discussed this sort of conceptually decided that because of the really outsized changes in 3A and 4A, that they would apply the 15% maximum change to that, to those two areas. So, I think what people have been searching for, at least at the U.S., on the U.S. side, is a reasonable methodology to reduce the overall TCEY and to do it fairly to all areas, and decided to use the change in the FIS as the basis for those alterations. So recognizing that the commissioners have said publicly that they want to do a reduction in the coastwide TCEY, how do you do that area by area on a basis that can be justified and can be defended? And so this is the methodology that was arrived at in those discussions. With the 15% max applied, and then these corrections for 3B and 4B. In 4B, even though the FIS went up, as you all probably know, they had difficulty catching fish in 4B. And the representatives of 4B have indicated, at least some of them, that they didn't want any more fish in 4B, even though the FIS went up. So that's why that one didn't change.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to have maybe Dr. Stewart explain this to me a little bit. As John said, he hasn't seen the 2A and 2B part of this model. Now, my understanding is that the change in the catch last year was related to a revision in the model to do with discard mortality, and it wasn't to do with the deductions, to do with the fixed gear charter. So, and I don't think the fixed gear charter went down by this percentage in the charter catches. I don't feel like we have our head around those numbers. I'd like to hear Ian talk about them.
Okay, so should we put a request in for
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Stewart to be here? Okay, done. Thank you. Miles?
Percentage of catch that Canadians landed out of their allocation last year?
I think it was close to 95% when you account for the overage. I looked at it yesterday. It was close to 95%, give or take.
Again, if just a friendly reminder, if you could use your mics, because that's how the people online can hear us. So please.
Do we know what the 3A and 3B catch statistics were from last year?
We should.
Miles?
3A was 92% and 3B was 86%.
Nick?
So just further to John's point, if 3B was at 86% catch rate from last year, now we're proposing another 4.6% increase. Does that not alarm anybody that they're struggling to get the fish out of the water and still they're getting an increase?
I think if you ask 3B quota shareholders, they would tell you that fish is small there, it was far away, and value-wise, they decided at some point not to catch it. And I think Miles probably buys a lot more of that fish than I do and probably talks to more of those guys, so maybe he would know better. Or maybe there are others in the room that, you know, 3B fish tends to be, that's some of the smallest we see. So it has, you know, the average value is probably the lowest we see, and it's all being delivered to ports that are not as economically acceptable from the fresh perspective. That is, they've got to go from Kodiak to Anchorage and compete with fish that comes directly to Anchorage. And so it's more expensive to deal with that, et cetera. But again, there are probably others that are more able to speak to this.
Miles?
Thanks. So Mike actually fished 3B last year, so he's going to be able to tell everybody precisely how it was.
Mike? Thank you.
Well, what really works out is, I don't know, the weather's a big factor for that. And there's so everyone doesn't want to go too far out, so they go just west of Kodiak, and everybody congregates on the same spots, like most times if the weather's bad. And then I think the other issue is that there's a chalky factor we always get when we always see out there. I don't know why, but I think it's because of the size of the fish, and that really, as fishermen, we don't get that. We don't like that. So the fish are worth less money to us, and to run that far, the fuel costs were so high this year that it just seemed, I'm sure that's what a lot of guys were thinking. It's just pointless to run out there. I'd rather go catch. And the 3A was so hard to get your fish, but it's so much closer that I think guys were spending more time trying to get their 3A fish caught and not going out to 3B as much.
Thank you, Nick.
So thanks, Mike. So just further to that, and to John's point as well, like if the fish are smaller, which we know that we're transitioning the dynamics of the stock into smaller fish. We know that the fish are getting younger or smaller at age, and we have this, you know, this 2012 year class that's predominantly producing most of the fish in our fishery. So it's safe to assume that the fish are going to be just as small, maybe even a bit smaller. Chalky's not going to go away in 3B. We've all seen it. It just doesn't seem wise, considering when we just heard from the 3B from Mike that guys were struggling to get fish in 3A as well, that they're switching from 3B to go to 3A. And now we're proposing an increase. It just doesn't seem like a prudent use of resources for that area.
Miles?
Yeah. So a lot of that 3B fish goes right to Homer and goes right across your dock. So it seems like you'd really want that increase to happen.
Nick?
So that's exactly right, Miles. So what does that tell you about my thoughts on the 3B fishery? I mean, they're struggling to catch the fish. And I have a high incentive that we buy a lot of that fish. I just think for, you know, stock assessment and being stewards of the resource, that we can maybe better help other areas in this situation. So that's just, you know, my point for consideration.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yeah, I spent some time in 3A and 3B last year too. And one thing that's changed there is a lot of guys put on these slinky traps and went and got black cod and didn't put the effort into the halibut fisheries. So that, you know, that doesn't describe a situation where the fishery's under duress. It just describes lack of effort in that fishery, right? So.
I'm just going to read Kit's comment here from online, and then you, John. Kit said, "There's a reduction in three. If there is a reduction in 3A, guys will be more likely to fish their 3B fish." From his comment, John.
So I was just curious, do we have the numbers from from last year's meeting that because as I recall, and I don't remember the exact, and maybe I got it wrong, but I thought that the quota, that is that the recommendation for 3B last year was actually higher than the catch. And I'd just be curious, because I said earlier, I think that's part of the rationale for 3B going up is we didn't take the big increase last year, but I'd be curious what those numbers are if we have them.
Oh, I can look for that number. Jesse.
If I may, Chair, I may be reading this incorrectly, but if we scroll down a bit, Monica, on the Excel spreadsheet, there is some rationale under 3B, and I'm happy to read that since it's so far away. But maybe we're talking about this, John. The 032 distribution increasing for 5 years is estimated to be 20.2%, adjusted for 0.75 harvest rate of 17%. The largest defect between referenced TCEY and an adopted TCEY of all Alaska areas, resulting in 3.1 million pounds of lost yield to stakeholders in 2022. But that's not really directed at 3B. Heather, did you understand that at all better? I know you might have been a part of that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
in 3B, the main rationale that was given for the 3B increase was that they did not take what they could have taken in 22 in terms of did not ask for or receive the TCEY that was warranted in that area in 2022. And I'm not as familiar with the fishery there as you guys are. So that was just the rationale that was given by the representatives in the discussion about 3B. And the representatives from the other seem that very readily as being a reasonable explanation. It's sort of like they didn't get it last year, but they should get it now and kind of make up. I'm looking at Tyler that he may have a little bit more insight into that rationale.
Tyler.
Yeah, so I think, I really wish I had that number, and I'm kind of digging for it now, but I think it's that was the big rationale, that they were so far under last year that they want to realize some of it this year. And I think that's part of what the conversation was last year, that, hey, let's take a stair step up to kind of get to where we should be, as opposed to this big, huge jump all at once. And it's just kind of continuing that thought process of last year on 3B of let's get closer to where it should be, It's just, it was so far under what the science suggested last year compared to other areas. So, and this is kind of echoing other people's points, but as far as the catch in 3B, why it was 86%, I think that goes back to just the selectivity of time management. It's people are struggling to get fish on everywhere, and 3B is a heck of a ways out compared to other areas, and they chose to get their 3A fish on, their sable fish on, just the lower hanging fruit, until they focused on that more difficult area to get to. So I don't think it speaks towards the difficulty of getting fish in 3B. It just speaks to the difficulty of getting fish everywhere. So
I'm just going to read Norm's comment here. This 3B number also derives from the number B folks on the conference board who are justifying it because of not taking recommended increases for last year. Jesse.
Ian Stewart is here. Dr. Stewart is here.
Dr. Stewart, yeah, I believe there was a couple questions for you. Bruce?
Thank you for coming, talking to us. This has been, these are the numbers. Have you seen all of these numbers that have been put out by as an American proposal? I think John said that you hadn't seen 2A be added to this yet, or is that true? You've seen it all, or you haven't seen it all?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm just going to go by what John said because he introduced this thing. Said that this reduction in 2B is based on the fixed gear charter numbers going down by that proportion this year relative to the other areas. My understanding was, and then it's been cited that BC or that 2B didn't go down much last year, and that this is sort of playing catch up for not taking a deduction last year. Take an acronym rehab clinic before I come to this thing every year. So you'll have to really dumb this down for me, please. I understood that the numbers were adjusted last year in 2C because of the discard mortality model, some changes to do with that. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but anyways, maybe you could talk to the changes in the charter numbers and see if they do correlate to a deduction this drastic relative to the other areas.
Yeah, thanks for the question. You mean the adjustment to 2B for the accounting for U26? Yeah, maybe I could just refresh you all on what that calculation looks like. So the way that calculation works is we run these models with our best estimates of mortality. We project a 3-year average non-directed discard or bycatch mortality for the upcoming year. That calculation proceeds like this. I take the model that I would normally run and I take the U26 bycatch out. I rerun the projection and I see how much the TCEYs change in each area. So all the TCEYs in all the areas go up if we don't have any U26 bycatch. And they go up by more than just the raw pounds that I've taken out because of that additional effect of those younger fish. Then I go and calculate or take the effect that occurred on specifically on IPHC regulatory area 2B, and per the recent interim agreement, half of that difference would then be added back on to the TCEY for 2B for the final calculation. So that's for the last 4 years, I guess. That's how that calculation is proceeded. Sorry, Bruce, did you have a second question there?
I'm underwater here already.
No. As I understand it, and I'm just looking over your shoulder, I'm pretty sure I've seen that alternative. I think I think that alternative corresponds to, at least in Alaskan areas, half of the change in the 032 weight per unit effort from 21 to 22, with a couple of exceptions of 3A being capped at a 15% decrease instead of the full decrease, and 4B, I believe, being a static, holding steady at the previous year's quotas. But other than just to verify that, you check the accounting, that's not a procedure that I developed.
John first, and then Heather.
Well, so Dr. Stewart, I think I asked you yesterday, and it was just the 2C and beyond chart that I think we were talking about. So it was not 2A, 2B, but I think what you said was you were comfortable with this TCEY relative to the health of the resource. That is, that this level of removals was acceptable. And I thought I heard that it's that F number, I believe it is, that the 4352, whatever it is, the mortality estimate, I thought you were comfortable with that as well. In fact, the mortality estimate number actually went up, which meant that the mortality itself was going down. This is all very simple stuff, I know, but
Yes, in these calculations, depending on what's applied for 2A and 2B, are going to correspond to a lower coastwide TCEY, which will correspond to lower risk and a lower level of risk than we projected from last year, and a higher probability or a lower probability that the stock is going to decline in the near future. So I think the reduction in the coastwide TCEY has brought the level of fishing intensity down to be pretty consistent, if not slightly below what we've seen in the last several years, I think was my point yesterday. And so in that regard, it is somewhat precautionary in that it does not correspond to any increase in the level of fishing intensity, despite the change in the dynamics one more year into the future.
so, Mr. Chairman, I guess another question I have is, I've heard this number and I'm not sure where it comes from, but I think the stock biomass that's attributed to 2B, that number is something like 18%, 18.3% is the number that pops in my head. And I thought that there was, maybe it's not a regulation, maybe it's just something that's been done, that percentage of the spawning biomass is what is the most that could be taken from 2B. Do I have that right, or who knows about that?
I'll go Heather.
Well, I don't know a lot about it, but what I had a question for Dr. Stewart as well, but
Yes.
maybe, what is your question, John? What percentage of the total coastwide TCEY does 2B represent in this table?
I think if I look at these numbers, there was a chart that was very similar that showed that we were taking 17.83%
That's correct.
of the total TCEY that's shown there is coming from 2B.
That's correct.
And I thought I heard that the maximum that could come from 2B, and maybe I have this wrong, this is my question.
Okay.
The maximum that could be coming out of 2B would be 18.3%. I'm not sure where that number comes from, but I think it's the stock distribution number. It's not. Will somebody help me?
I can help with that
Okay.
a little bit, I think,
Okay.
Mr.
Heather.
Chair.
Yes.
It's okay. So this table represents, as you said, John, a 17.8 something percent coming from from 2B. And so the 18.3%, I believe, represents what is currently coming from 2B. And it's not in regulation, and it doesn't have anything to do. The Canadian share of the total coastwide TCEY has been this past year, and I think it's pretty much the same over the last few years. It's an 18.3 sort of threshold that apparently Canadians would like to maintain. So it isn't biological, John,
Okay.
if that's your question. It's not biological. It's just, historically, the percentage of the total coastwide TCEY that Canada has been getting out of 2B. If that helps.
John and then Nick.
So I think I said this earlier. I mean, we're at 17.8. If the number was amended to 18.3%, I mean, I think that's a reasonable place to go.
Thanks, John. That's a friendly amendment, and I would be on the supportive of that. And as well, I do have a quick question for Dr. Stewart. Ian, in the past, we've seen tables that show all the removals by the different sectors within the specific regulatory areas. I've been trying to find that online. Is there a place to go to see that? Like where it shows the commercial removals, the non-directed bycatch mortality, the sport removals, the subsistence removals, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a table that you could point me to online?
Yeah, there is. We got that posted late last week. The delay this year was that in the absence of an interim agreement, we didn't have obvious default values to put into that table. Normally, we would populate that table with whatever the current agreement was, and it would already be calculated for you. On the IPHC's website, if you go to the main page at the very bottom, there's a small link called Sitemap. I think this is the quickest backdoor way in. You click that. That gives you a menu that has projection tool. And there you can put in TCEYs you put the coastwide TCEY in and the percent by each area, and that will provide the breakdown, the detailed sector by sector breakdown of the projected mortality limits. I'm also happy to calculate that if you would like to see an alternative here, if you're considering something and you want to see how that breaks down into the individual sectors. I'm happy to calculate that for you as well, depending on how much time you have.
Okay, I'll go Peggy and then Heather.
So I'm on of different categories. So would this be under fisheries management?
If you go down that list, there should be one called projection tool.
Yeah, it's just in the master list, Peggy.
I think it's under data.
Under data.
I think it's right. It's toward.
Yeah, perfect.
And you'll need to enter the coastwide TCEY, and then from these, you'll need to calculate the percent in each of the IPHC regulatory areas to put into those percentage blocks. And once you've populated the total and the percentages, scrolling down that page will provide you with the detailed breakdown. It's the tool. It's the same tool we had last year. It just isn't automatically calculating an interim agreement because there isn't one. And my apologies. We got that up late last week. We were waiting direction from the commissioners on what to put in there. And in the end, they opted for just an unpopulated tool for people's use.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ian, I just wanted to clarify one of the questions that you had earlier about the change, the percent change in the FIS. The second row of numbers under the areas is the actual change between 22 and 23 in the FIS for each one of those areas. That's coming from the Secretariat, correct? I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Percent change in FIS, 2A, 10% up, 2B, 11% down, 2C, 1% down, and so on.
Yes, I believe that's correct. That is the percent change from the 032 in 032 weight per unit effort from the 2021 to 2022.
Okay, thank you.
John, sorry, didn't see you.
So just doing a little math, it looks to me like if you add 200,000 pounds to the 2B number 6.7, that raises the total obviously to 37.95, and that gets you to 18.25% in 2B, which is that 18.3 number. I don't have an interactive tool, but that's the best I can do.
Heather.
If you took 2B to the point where it would be 18.3% of the coastwide TCEY, the number for 23 would be 6.96. And the percent change from 22 would be minus 7.9% instead of minus 11%. For
John?
2B.
Oh, I'm not sure. Heather.
Mr. Chairman, the 23 TCEY would be, okay,
Maybe Monica can put this in the table as you're saying it.
Okay.
You can see
okay,
the number change on the screen.
okay,
That's-
okay, yeah, that'd be.
So, yeah, go ahead.
So in the row 2023 TCEY for 2B, it would be 6.96. Okay, And I can't quite see that, so I don't know. So percent change from 22, the next row down would be minus 7.9%.
I'm going to put it under unless you want me to edit the original ones. We can edit them back.
I don't care. And then that would result in a reduction in pounds from 22 of 0.6. And then that would be an 18.3% of the total TCEY, coastwide TCEY. And frankly, these numbers may be slightly off because it's just kind of on the fly, but I'm not 100%, wouldn't put my life on it. Okay. Okay. And that would result in a total TCEY reduction of, down to 37.997. So, okay, I just can't see what's happening up there.
Jesse, yes.
Perhaps Stuart can lead me, Dr. Stuart can lead me in the right direction, but I did kind of look at the old 3B. I don't know if we're still interested in that conversation, but the old 3B numbers from last year. And it did look like, based off of the recommended tables that were presented, that 3B could have had over 5 million pounds, but then ended up only taking 3.3 million. So it's close to about a 4.5% deduction that they didn't, they could have had 14.4% of the total coastwide, but only ended up with about 10. My math is probably wrong because I'm sure I'm using the wrong numbers, but that's what I was able to gather. Oh.
Yeah, it was 2.04 million pounds below.
Right. Yeah. Did we need to make a friendly amendment to change that, or had we already? It was accepted. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just. Yeah. Do you have?
I don't have a friendly amendment.
I think we're in the.
Yes.
I think John made the amendment. he changed his own amendment, so I'm not sure if we followed the rules of procedure there, but.
Could John repeat that friendly amendment?
John, could you please repeat your friendly amendment?
So I think the friendly amendment is to change 2B TCEY from, I can't read that number, 6 point something to 6.96, which is a reduction of 7.9%, which raises their total portion of the Gulf-wide, coast-wide quota to 18.3 and raises the total TCEY to 37.997.
I get 38 evens when I add it all up.
Okay, well, I
think it's around it. It looks like 37.997.
You may have to show your decimals. I had to do that on mine. Did you get the original one?
Yeah, I got 379.
Okay. Heather?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what you can see in the percent change from 2022, that row, then you would have 7.9 down for Canada, and the total would be 7.8%. And so they're they're nice and even. So that is a selling point, I think, for this kind of construct.
Okay, so just going back, do we have a second to John's friendly amendment? Second, okay.
Just has to be the person who originally seconded.
That's right.
Any further discussion? Are there any questions for Dr. Stewart? Because I see him still sitting down there. Doesn't appear to be any formal questions. So thank you, Dr. Stewart. So we have a motion on the floor to put to vote. Is there anyone opposed to this amendment or to this motion, sorry? For the TCUI to be 37.997 million pounds? No? Unanimous. Thank you. John.
Just my congratulations to the chairmans. I think we only were on that for just a little over an hour. That might be a record.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit longer than that. So thank you to the group, not the chairs. Yeah, unfortunately not. Do you know, I know Dr. Wilson, Dave wanted to, okay, we're summoning him. So we can, okay. Okay, so David Wilson wants to give us his presentation for the rules of procedure section of the agenda. However, I know we did have some items listed under other business to discuss. Tyler?
While we're on the catch limit topic, I think one thing that I wanted to bring up, and because I'm curious on the Canadians' perspective on this, but one thing we've heard from the U.S. commissioners is that the Canadian commissioners were pushing for a fixed 20% year to year of the TCEY. And my understanding is that number was getting whittled down a little bit between their discussions at the commission level to something more like 18%. But for me, it seems a little alarming they're talking about a fixed percentage, just because it doesn't recognize at all just changing population biomass dynamics. If we get to the point where we see a lot of biomass shift away from 2B, that number could be considerably higher than what the science suggests. And then on the flip side of that, you know, if we see the biomass really grow in 2B, that number could be inappropriately low. But it's a little alarming to me, I guess, that they're talking about a fixed percentage. I like the idea of a fixed parameter of sort that, you know, takes away some of the discussion and thought. But as far as a fixed percentage, it seems a little odd to me they're having that conversation. I'm just curious the Canadians' perspective on that in this room.
Just to clarify, are you asking for this like a fixed percentage reduction to the whole fishery for this year?
No, sorry. No? My understanding on the commission level, the Canadian side is pushing for a fixed. Initially, they're pushing for a fixed 20% of the TCEY total for Canada. that would be set for perpetuity. Is my understanding what they're arguing for. And I wonder if you guys were looped into that discussion and in that thought process or what?
I didn't pick up on it. I don't know if Nick or Bruce picked up on that yesterday. I missed sort of the start of the delegation meeting, so I don't know if anything else was discussed or brought up to that matter. Okay, so.
Yeah, we just heard it from the commissioners, and I guess it's maybe not something you guys looped in on.
No.
Sorry, microphone.
No, okay.
But I'm just curious your guys' thoughts on it.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. I'll try to do my best Blake impression that I can, but Canada has never accepted apportionment. But no, that's just a joke. But it is true, and my Blake impression needs some work. But I think for Canadians, one of the things that we strongly believe in is good monitoring and validation. So we have cameras on board all the vessels that get audited. You know, it's a pretty costly expense to do so. Even all of our draggers have the same thing. So we know what mortality is coming out from the halibut bycatch for dragging. And, you know, we've always kind of believed as a country that that's probably a little bit lacking up in Alaska, especially with the draggers. So, you know, I know we've always thought that our share should be higher, and Area 2 is a different, you know, it's a much more fluid biomass that shifts around a lot. So it's, you know, it's just something that I believe that we've always felt shorted a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So that would probably just be my comment without knowing what the commissioners are thinking on a more personal level.
Thank you. Tyler.
Yeah, and I understand all that in a short term. I guess it's just alarming to hear them talking about discussing something that fixes a number into a box for a real extended period of time is the concern for me. Because things could change over 10 years quite considerably, you know. But I don't know, maybe this is all a little bit inside baseball talk that wasn't out in the open, but that's just what I heard, that they were having those conversations, and maybe it's a little over our heads. I don't know.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tyler, I don't think it's inside baseball. I think it's kind of the elephant in the room, you know, and I think that a permanent agreement between the US and Canada is probably not going to happen this year like people were expecting or hoping, I guess. But on the short-term agreement front, my understanding also from the US commissioners is that, you know, from our delegation meeting, that the Canadians had started at 20 and had gone down to 19 and then went down to 18 or 18 point something. But, you know, that would be for a short-term 1-year agreement. But that agreement hadn't been cut yet either. And so everything kind of comes from that. You know, it's kind of a existential piece of the puzzle. And so I think it's completely appropriate for this group to speak of it and to address it. So I'm really glad you brought it up. Thank you for doing that. I don't know if it rises to the level of any kind of an emotion or a recommendation. I don't know what people's thoughts are on that. I do see that there's a lot bigger number of U.S. people at the table, and I don't know exactly who's online, than there are Canadians. And any kind of emotion that gave direction would be, you know, therefore kind of one-sided. So I would say that, you know, emotion of that nature would not be appropriate. But that's, you know, just to be fair, it's not really fair to say, well, there's 10 of us and 2 of you or whatever. So wouldn't want to do that. But myself, that I do think it's important for people to recognize that these discussions are taking place and that they have a huge effect on everybody. So my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I guess I just add, I do think a fixed number, if I'm a Canadian buyer in 2B, I think fixing a number might be a problem going forward, as people have said. I mean, the resource where it is could change significantly. We've got a climate change issue going on, and what kind of effect that's going to have, we don't know. I guess I can't help myself, but the swipe at trawlers in the Gulf of Alaska, my experience with those guys is they are very, very, very well regulated. They're very, very, very attuned to halibut and Chinook salmon bycatch. They are, in fact, the Gulf of Alaska pollock trawlers right now are standing down and waiting for later in the year so they can make sure their Chinook bycatch is a lower number. It stays within their limits. So I think that the trawl effort in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea too is regulated well enough, and those folks are motivated well enough because they will be shut down if they exceed halibut and Chinook numbers. So I guess I know that's been a popular thing, and certainly you were channeling Blake with that comment. But I think that's a misstep. I think they don't deserve that because I think they are doing a good job and very focused and trying to avoid. And I've said this many times. I wish the trawlers would go into the Gulf of Alaska and kill 20 million pounds of air-toothed flounder, because I think if they did, we'd suddenly see halibut numbers go up and we'd see size at age go up. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, Heather.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
So
I would just mention that we do have Dr. Wilson in the room. So
I see
think
that.
This is a great discussion, but we may,
I just wanted to let the Canadians know that, and everybody know that there is a likelihood of the Gulf trawlers being rationalized by the North Pacific Council. It's been on the table for a really long time. I don't know whether it'll happen soon, but I think it probably will happen. And in that package, there will be all kinds of considerations of halibut bycatch reduction and monitoring, 100% monitoring of the trawl fleet in the Gulf. So that's coming down the pike, just to let you know.
Thank you. Heather, I think we're just given possible time restraints for Dave. Yes.
We can take a break.
Yeah.
He's got time.
Oh, okay. How, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'd like to call the session back from break.
No. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Dr. Wilson?
All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you. I think this is agenda item 9, isn't it? I'm now going to experience what presenters are encountering, where I'm going to have my head on a swivel. So if I fade in and out, please forgive me. So what we have this morning is the presentation on the rules of procedure. So to sort of put it in context, we provide the rules of procedure, and I'm going to go through a little bit of the process in just a moment of how we get to this meeting. We provide the rules of procedure for consideration at the Finance and Administration Committee and Commission meeting for adoption each year, depending on the number and I guess volume of interested edits to each of the rules of procedure, both from the Commission but also from its subsidiary bodies. And I sat with the chairs, chair and vice chair last night or yesterday evening, and there was also a request to put a little bit more information about the process. And so I put together a little presentation that sort of just hopefully will remind everybody about how we get to this point each year. Yeah, this is going to be a bit awkward because I'm going to have to turn my back at this point. So with the basic background, I guess, or overview of the process for amending the rules of procedure each year. So just a reminder that the Commission and its subsidiaries bodies consider amendments as necessary. Sometimes this is during special sessions throughout the year, but the majority of the times it's at the annual Commission meeting and the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, which immediately precedes it. Proposed amendments may initially be formally discussed at the IPHC annual work meeting, and that's held in September of each year. It's an informal meeting or informal gathering of the commissioners, the secretariat in support, and the Commission's key advisors. So that is not a public meeting, but it's hopefully the only non-public meeting of Commission, and we certainly moved away from holding those types of executive sessions. The intent after the work meeting is that based on those initial discussions, as well as any additional feedback that we've had throughout the year and including the previous Commission meeting, additional proposed edits go forward to the interim meeting itself for public digestion. And in accordance with the rules of procedure, there's a 30-day deadline for submitting those comments and amendments to the rules of procedure. That is just the first opportunity for a public I guess, disclosure, so to speak, of those potential amendments. But in addition to that, further amendments may arise from the interim meeting discussions, and examples include the Management Strategy Advisory Board proposed revisions to their rules of procedure. I think they met in October of this year, so just before the interim meeting itself. Subsequent or at the interim meeting, the Commission may well suggest that the Secretariat work with certain parties to further refine those rules of procedure. Again, the rules of procedure dictate that there's a 30-day deadline before the Commission meeting. So before the Commission meeting starts, and I think it was, the official deadline was the 24th of December this year. And in the case of these current rules of procedure amendments, it was submitted on the 22nd of December and published on the website for the FAC. To give you an idea of what happens at the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, I know it's not a priority for most people to attend, is that the FAC will go through those rules of procedure from an administrative and also a fiscal point of view, and potentially make further amendments. And in this case, the commissioners, who are the members of the Finance and Administration Committee, go through step by step and give an indication of whether they're leaning towards adopting a particular rules of procedure or not. In addition to that, as you can see from the text from last year's FAC meeting, after the paper number itself, it says, while taking into consideration any additional discussion at the annual meeting on the proposed amendments, and that includes the Processor Advisory Board and Conference Board discussion. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the Finance and Administration Committee report for this year, but the text is essentially exactly the same. It's saying that the FAC is recommending that the Commission adopts the rules of procedure as proposed, while taking into consideration amendments that are discussed and presented during the annual meeting. So the FAC report was presented to the Commission Tuesday afternoon, and as I said, that's the similar text that arose from the FAC to the Commission. In the specific case of the Processor Advisory Board, the PAB considers proposed amendments formally in session, so at this meeting, and this is what we're about to do. And the PAB report is then written and presented to the Commission on Thursday afternoon, and whether that's before the Conference Board depends on when the reports are finalized and published. The Commission then considers whether to adopt amendments at the current annual meeting, and that typically takes place on Friday morning. So it will take into consideration the recommendations from the FAC, from the Conference Board, and then also the Processor Advisory Board. In some cases, the Commission decides that further amendments or further work is needed on specific proposed amendments to the rules of procedure, and it recommends an intersessional process over the coming year to further refine those amendments. And so once adopted, the process starts all over again, and it is at least a year-long process for any amendments. So before I jump into any specifics, are there any questions on the particular process that I've just outlined?
John.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I appreciate this. So did I understand this correctly? The Finance and Administrative Committee, that is all the commissioners, correct?
Yes, through the chair. That's one of those anomalies in our commission where the FAC is the commissioners themselves.
And is that the length and breadth of the committee, or are there more folks on it as well?
So the length and breadth of the committee is the other commissioners, and they have their advisors in support.
And my other question is, the FAC report that was Tuesday afternoon, is that open to the general public?
Yes, we have moved, I think in 2017 was the last time that the FAC was not a public meeting. So since 2017, all meetings of the Commission are public, whether they're special sessions, with the exception of the work meeting, which isn't considered a formal session of the Commission. And it's just an opportunity for us, the Secretariat, to really brief the Commissioners on what we've been up to and give them a heads up on any trends in the fishery, for example.
And so unfortunately for us, I mean, we started our session as the PAB Tuesday afternoon, so we missed that. I guess I was unaware that was happening, but anyway, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Jesse.
Yeah. John, this year it was actually held on Monday morning, and me and Miles both attended the. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just to clarify though, really hope I'm not getting sick. Just to clarify, yeah, thanks, Heather, you might want to lean back. Just to clarify as well, so the FAC meeting is run over those 3 hours Monday morning. The Commission pretty much makes all of the motions clear, and so if you attend that meeting, you know what's going to be in the report. There's no surprises there. We do typically, because it's only a 3-hour period, then adopt the report via correspondence, so just email over the next 24 hours and publish it just before it's presented to the Commission. And at that point, it's really perfunctory. It's a matter of putting the report up that they have just adopted as the FAC, because it's the same people. And I think it took about 8 minutes to go through that presentation. So you're really not missing much in that context. The commissioners are acutely aware of any other particular issues that are going on. You've had your national delegation meetings, so they're obviously aware of the rules of procedure for the Processor Advisory Board and the MSAB that were being proposed. And they're very eager to hear the commentary, not only from the Conference Board, who have also commented on other rules of procedure, but also yourselves specifically on your rules of procedure, and I'll walk through that in just a moment. But obviously holding fire until Friday before they make any decision. And that's the process that we've been following for many years.
Yeah, Peggy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson. This has really, really been helpful. So thanks to the chairs and vice chair for asking for it. Is there a copy of this that you could leave with Andrea so we would be able to refer to it? Just this is a little bit of information after getting a lot of information about the catch limits. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy, and through the chairs. So predicting that would be requested, it's available on the website. It's been published this morning. So it's associated now with the Rules of Procedure Paper 09 on the Processor Advisory Board meeting website. So you can access both the paper and this presentation in full.
Heather, she moved.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Wilson. So on our agenda, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be discussing this after we do what we're doing now. Where is it going to be on our agenda? I can't remember what we decided.
We're going to allow that space after Dr. Wilson's presentation.
Okay.
And I'm sure he has some further clarity on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So thank you very much, Chair. So taking into mind that these first couple of slides, I'm now going to walk you through those rules of procedure proposed amendments. So to give you a little bit of background about the consultation that has been undertaken, and I know that some of you have swapped representatives, so you may or may not have received this information, and I can certainly dig that out and give an indication of who it was sent to. So in late January 2022, a reminder that at your last session, the PAB considered a number of amendments to the rules of procedure, and there was substantial discussion on a couple of key areas. And so with the exception of those that were adopted through that process, the PAB also noted that it would like, and I've put paragraph 41 from your last meeting report on screen, and it says that the PAB noted the next round of revisions will include, but not be limited to, clarification and weighting of proxy voting and the timing of the chair and vice chair elections. And your voting is up on screen. So just a reminder that that occurred if you weren't at that meeting. So immediately following that, on the 15th of February, the Secretariat sent out a correspondence and the newly adopted rules of procedure to all Processor Advisory Board members. Everybody who was accredited and in that meeting, the last board meeting, you would have received the email. And I've just put the text there just for clarity in case, because as I said, I know there's a couple of new members and then there's been a couple of delegate changes. And so in short, obviously thanking for the discussions and giving an indication that over the next year we need to work together to propose new amendments to the rules of procedure, noting the request from the Processor Advisory Board on a couple of areas. So specifically looking at proxies and then also the chair, vice chair issue. And so as part of this, it was a request for initial feedback from Processor Advisory Board members on more clarity around those potential amendments and other areas that you would like. From March to July of 2022, we received several responses on proposed amendments, either a direct indication that the PAB member didn't feel that there was any contributions that member could make for further amendments. And I'm looking around the room and I see some of those who responded to that initial request. Between the 22nd of July and 3rd of August, we sent follow-up emails to all PAB members who didn't respond to the first request for input into further modifying the rules of procedure. We then went through a drafting process from August 22nd through to December, coming up with various ideas and trying to work through the contributions that we did receive, and that includes the amendments that you see before you. The only one we decided not to put forward, it was really not clear, was around the chair, vice chair terms, and so we didn't touch that one. We left that one alone. The deadline for publication, as I mentioned, for the FAC was the 24th of December, and we published on the 22nd of December, so more than 30 days prior to the FAC and annual meeting, and a little bit more than that for the Processor Advisory Board meeting. And here we are today, the 25th of January, and presenting for the PAB's consideration those proposed amendments. And that really gives you a broad idea of the additional processes that were run in support of this process throughout 2022. So as provided at Appendix 4 of the Rules of Procedure and attached to Paper 09 for the FAC, we've provided a number of edits for your consideration. And the overall aim, and it's always the overall aim, is to try and streamline the process for, in this case, mostly the pre-meeting processes, but then also the accreditation documentation processes. We have also provided edits relating to the accreditation through the IPHC website, now that the Secretariat manages that process, proposing extending terms for accreditation from 1 to 5 years. And this is something that the Conference Board adopted a couple of years ago to try and simplify this previously annual accreditation process, which I'm sure that becomes more and more challenging as your board numbers grow. In addition to the ability for proxy voting, to propose removing that, noting that the meetings are now being, I heard you had some challenges yesterday, but the intention is to try and hold all IPHC meetings, including the commission meetings themselves, in a hybrid format, which now allows everybody to attend remotely as well as in person. An example of Monday's meeting was that some of the delegates from St. Paul had challenges getting out of St. Paul due to weather. Rarely happens, and they were still able to join the meeting and participate, which is a big plus. Had they not been able to get down, they would have not been able to participate and cast their votes for any motions at the Conference Board or Processor Advisory Board. And so for us, this is a big plus, and it's something the Commission is very supportive of. So I'm going to walk you through all of the amendments because I know you're interested. The first amendment is a new paragraph. And so this is paragraph under Section 2 of the Rules of Procedure relating to representation. I am going to read it for you, so bear with me. It says that the PAB regulates its membership by accrediting members at the beginning of each PAB session. Accreditation is documented using the accreditation questionnaire through the PAB accreditation portal on the IPHC website. The PAB members shall compose nationals from Canada and the United States. Now, we put this paragraph together because that's what I'm hearing is the sentiment from the PAB. And noting that this is something that we developed throughout the year with feedback from some of you, not all of you. And also, it's been validated in many respects from some of the discussions that I heard yesterday that you want to be directly involved in that accreditation process. And I think this meets it. The only thing that I was reading again late last night, the only question I have for you specifically, and obviously you're going to comment on it, the rest of it, is whether the membership should be limited to nationals from Canada and the USA. And I ask that simply because I'm not familiar enough with the processors and whether or not you have or are able to bring in foreign nationals to work under various visas within your companies, and you may be giving them representation for the PAB. So that's more a question for you. I'm not familiar enough to say whether the word nationals should or shouldn't be there. But if it is left there and you do hire a foreign national and wish to accredit them, you won't be able to under this wording. So please take that into consideration. So before I get to the next, I think I'll pause there, chairs, and ask if there's any comments and potential amendments to this new paragraph. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Jesse.
Sure, if I may. So just to clarify, this would speak of the people actually attending the meetings and not the companies that they represent. I think we don't necessarily have to have people at the meeting that are from the US or Canada, but if the companies that they represent, I believe, do need to be from Canada or the United States. So can you clarify on that?
Yes, that's correct in terms of the members. The members need to be the companies. So the companies or associations who are directly involved in, and then I think you know the rest of the paragraph. So if that's the intent, then I'd recommend changing it to the PAB members shall compose companies and associations in accordance with whatever paragraph that is, rather than nationals.
Thank you. John?
So, Dr. Wilson, just so I'm clear, the accreditation is the opportunity, that's the process to go through for the opportunity to speak and participate in the meeting, but anybody can join the meeting online or otherwise, correct? I'm sure that's right.
Correct.
John?
And one more question. Several companies will come with more than one representative, and I assume that in this process, that is in this meeting, any one of those representatives could be could speak, but there's obviously only one vote. But anyone here from, say, if there are multiple people here from Dana Besco Company, they could all participate in the meeting.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's really up to the chairs to sort of navigate and facilitate that discussion. You have your vote for the accredited member, but everybody's welcome as far as I'm aware, and I think that's the way the process has been run. Yeah.
Okay, you can move on.
Great, thank you very much. The next is a little bit more lengthy, and this all relates to the accreditation portal. And so, as you're aware, we took this on board as part of the amendments to the Rules of Procedure in January of 2022. And we've been trying to think of a way to simplify the process. Obviously, coming on with no documentation of the accredited members, other than those who participated in previous meetings. And also noting the current wording in the Rules of Procedure, so that weren't changed. The Secretariat sat down trying to figure out how do we administer this, and for us it makes the most sense to accredit that through the IPHC website. This meeting, obviously, is not a specific rule, and so we've been taking that accreditation in various formats, whether it's a handwritten letter at the meeting or an email or written letters, plus the accreditation portal. So one thing that we have discussed with and heard from some of you is the onerous task of reaccreditation every year. And so we have proposed a new paragraph that aligns more with what the Conference Board is doing, and that gives a longer accreditation period. And so in this case, we've just replicated what's currently in use in the Conference Board, where each particular member is accredited for 5 years, for a period of 5 years from their initial accreditation. The Conference Board also does it slightly different, where they have a single reaccreditation date. And so it was a couple of years ago, and they accredit everybody for 5 years. And then any new companies are added to that it may not full 5-year period. So when their initial 5-year period for the entire Conference Board expires, they everybody again. So there are a range of options that you can consider. There's a little bit about how the process will run there. I think at the moment the rules have for being able to be accredited, you need to attend the meeting for a couple of years, and so we've put in there a similar period of 3 annual meetings of the 5-year period. The reference to the accreditation questionnaire is relatively straightforward. I think many of you, or most of you, probably would have at least had a look at that accreditation portal for this meeting. And then there's a request at the bottom, which, reading this morning, I actually don't think it's entirely necessary, and you could certainly strike it, but at the same time, I think it's just asking or making it a request, or encouraged in this case, provide that accreditation a couple of weeks in advance, and that helps us set up the meeting, make sure that we have enough very expensive coffee versus microphones, that kind of thing. And so it is important for us to know as early as possible so that we can make sure that we accommodate all of you. So I'll pause there before I go on any further. Cheers.
Any questions? Oh,
We have a few online.
we have a few online. Kit reads, is attending the meeting virtually considered participated in an annual meeting?
Yes, it is, through the chair.
Thank you. And then Norm has his hand up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wilson, just a quick comment. The staff, I'm one of those people that's not been involved for 3 years, so I have to fill out the accreditation questionnaire. And staff may consider some simple wording changes in there to describe what it is that you need to provide to for that information. I was told it was simple as a credit card, or a business card, which was very easy to do. But when you initially read through that, it's unclear what it is that you're asking for. It was for me anyway, so I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Norm. And it's fantastic that you've been able to join us remotely. I guess the only thing I'd request is that it has been the first meeting that we've tried to implement this accreditation form, and all edits are very welcome. So if anyone else does have some suggestions as well of, look, this is unnecessary, or you need these additional, particularly as you think about what you're going to do next year. And so what do you need to go through that previous paragraph at the start of a meeting and say, yeah, you're an eligible member or not. We obviously do that process prior to the meeting based on the rules of procedure, and we'll indicate that, yes, this association is eligible or not. And those who are eligible, obviously we're going to indicate, yeah, you're working with the chairs, you can come. What you want to avoid is a meeting where you have a number of pre-accredited members who then are told to leave the room, particularly if they've spent travel costs and the like. So have a think about that accreditation form and see if there's things you want or you don't want. That'd be good.
Yeah, moving on. Unless there's any other questions. Yeah, Peggy.
So I have a couple of questions about the accreditation and the form. One of them might be easiest to ask is, what are the minimal requirements that you would like, just as the secretariat that is handling this pre-meeting task? Ours is a long form. It's like 6 pages or something. I've looked at the CB's form and find that far easier, more efficient. I don't understand why we wouldn't use that. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't use that except for one reason, and that is there's less people involved in this, and there are it gets a little bit into the language that the CB uses, but they are accrediting associations. And what does that mean? Is that 2 people? Is that 5 people? So they're running into a little bit of that now. We don't have that problem. And in the past, I want to preface this by saying I really appreciate and think it's a great thing that the IPHC is taking this over and doing this. But I wonder what your minimal needs are for accreditation, given that for 27 years, basically, well, less, we have not had accreditation, and we've had only one requirement for new members, which is to submit the eligibility for their membership in PAB in a letter that states that 2 things, that their company is a direct buyer and that they have been designated by their company to represent the company at PAB. That letter was sent to it would be now sent to the Secretariat and accredited to have met those requirements based on our tour. And then they would be sent to the chairs, and then the body itself would vote on it if there was a new member. So that puts the authority of accepting any new members squarely with the PAB. So I'm wondering if that is something that you would not like to have happen, or if you'd have a problem if we kept doing that. So that's one specific question. There will be, in fact, shortly here, we are going to be discussing changes that we would like to the PAB and taking these ones that you've gone through. And I really appreciate you spending the time with us on that, specifically to look at. So can I ask you if there's just a minimal requirement for accrediting, not just new members, but every member? It's a little unclear who would be having to accredit themselves again next year. So if you could help with any of that, that would be great.
Dr. Wilson.
Sure, through the chair. The short answer is whatever's necessary to meet the rules of procedure wording. And so taking this on for the first time this year, it really came down to us trying to figure out, well, what do we need to say that, yes, this company or association meets these requirements. And that's where we are for this year. In terms of what the minimum requirements could be, I guess that's something that the PAB should discuss and sort of give an indication of, well, we read this paragraph of who's eligible to be a member. It's deficient in this way, and therefore we need to modify it, and in doing so, we need this supporting documentation for an application to be a member. And I think you're all best place to do that. And so I would just encourage you to review the rules of procedure, have a think about who should and shouldn't be a member of this board. Have a look at the accreditation form, and then make your recommendations as part of the report to the commission. And once we get direction from the commission, we can make those potential amendments. And so I would just listening in yesterday to the recording of the meeting, some of the I guess confusion, obviously about the process, but also about who's a member and who's not a member. It all comes down to what the rules say. And so if you want to propose an amendment to do that, you should do that. My recommendation on top of that is really think ahead. Think of what it means. Think of what when you change the wording to incorporate another group or another set of groups or companies, what's that going to mean? Because we don't want to be in a situation where we are receiving the accreditation material, tick, 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 tick. Yes, you should come to the meeting and participate. And then first day of the meeting, the PAB members are going, no, 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 even though they meet the rules of procedure. That's something that's the risk you run of voting on accreditation at the meeting. And that's why the paragraph, I think it was the previous one, is risky. You can alienate potentially very useful contributors to the PAB process. And I would certainly hate to go to a meeting of another organization after thinking that I'm invited, sit down at the table and being told, I'm sorry, out you go. So you need to think about that, is my only recommendation. Be very careful about the wording changes that you might make.
Jesse.
Oh, excuse me, Carl. So just to clarify, Dr. Wilson, you would like the online accreditation form to have something that would potentially prevent someone from showing up here in person. Like, as you mentioned, maybe a document that they need to provide that's more than just a letter from their business owner. So that way we don't have a situation where people arrive to the meeting. I guess I'm confused between us being able to be a part of the accreditation process. And in the past, that does happen at the beginning of the meeting. But if people are being accredited online and do believe that they can be here and then show up, and then we do the accreditation process with the members, then we may run into that issue. So some clarification there might be nice.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Again, it really comes down to what the rules of procedure say. And at the moment, the accreditation form is structured very clearly to require checkboxes that you're this, you're that, you're this. Obviously, a company can tick a wrong box, and that happens from time to time. As part of that, we're also, I think there was the request for the letter as well. We then get that information and review it. And we'll do a little bit of spot checking to figure out, yes, this company exists and it's not whatever. That in theory should be enough. And so I guess it's a question for the PAB about whether you think you cannot set up the rules and the accreditation form in such a way that it becomes clear who's eligible and who's not. If the answer is that you can't do that, then we need to change the form and the rules again. It's obviously much better to try and automate that process rather than constantly running that risk. You can accept them formally and welcome new members at the start of the meeting, but I would really hesitate to have a process that's set up that isn't clear enough, where somebody can turn up, they've met all the requirements that you've set, and then you say, no, you can't be a member. So it's more of a set it up beforehand so it's clear, and then it's just routine.
Thank you, Dr.
Peggy.
That is really helpful. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So in the past, we have had a few examples of someone coming in thinking that they were eligible to be members of the PAB and had not been. And a few came before I was involved with the PAB. And I think only one has happened since then. In each instance, the company or the person did not understand what our tour was about, what our bylaws were about in the old days, and what the terms of reference are now. So we explained it to them and they left. So I just wanted to follow up on Jesse's question with a specific question of just process. Would it be possible, I think we really like the portal and like the registration online and like the hybrid meetings, but would it be possible for the Secretariat to get a list to the chairs like 2 weeks in advance, and then the chair could electronically send it to the members, would be from the year before, of course, but should cover everyone, to see if they have any problems with these people. The example from before my time was that the company was involved in a lawsuit, and that was something that was only known by colleague companies. And I think it may have been before almost anyone's time here except John. Thank you. So it was, and I only got the word from Sherry, so it's secondhand. But in that case, having the PAB look at it and be able to weigh in on who should be a bona fide processor to attend the PAB would be helpful. You think we could work on something with that, like that?
Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, through the chair, and certainly that's what the inclination is or intention of at least putting this last sentence in, where we're asking for that accreditation, and it's just encouraged at this point. We weren't sure if the PAB's ready to require it, make it this is a 2-week cutoff, and I think that'd be really the only way to fix the issue that you're referring to, is that you had a hard cutoff for accreditation. And I think of 2001 when we had Wild Legacy Seafoods not being accredited in session because they hadn't provided any material prior to the meeting. But if they'd provided it, they would have ticked all the boxes. And so I think at the moment we've taken a soft approach by saying encouraged. Maybe the PAB wants to put a hard deadline. 14 days prior to the start of the Processor Advisory Board meeting, accreditation of new members is due, something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll jump on. There's only a couple more exercises, not too many. The next one's kind of perfunctory. It's just a slight wording change in terms of members serve without compensation. And membership is renewed each year upon attending the PAB annual meeting. And so that's removed because of the previous paragraph where we're trying to extend it to a more broader period, whether it's 3 or 5 years. So more just editorial in nature. And then something that's a bit more of a topic for discussion is the section 4, which is on the session of the PAB and specifically refers to proxies. And so we're proposing to delete paragraphs. Now I can't remember what the mother paragraph was. Subparagraphs B, C, D, and E. And the reason for this is all around that we're moving to a hybrid format and means that anybody can attend the meeting remotely or in person, in part or in full. And so with that in mind, and that none of the other subsidiary bodies of the Commission or the Commission itself allows proxies, it was felt that this is a reasonable thing to propose for consideration, noting that anybody can participate and vote electronically. And so it's up for discussion. I know I've had discussions with many of you, including the chair and vice chair, and there's differing opinions on whether this is something you want to carry forward or not. It certainly simplifies the process if you don't have it. And I think with some of our online participants who would have had to previously send in a proxy now don't need to do so. I'll pause there and have some discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Any questions? John?
So the issue of proxies, I think, is that I can come to this meeting with my vote, with OBI's vote, and I could come with 2 other votes as well, as long as I have their proxy. Correct? I mean, I think that's the way we've done it, right?
Correct. That's been the previous process, yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, so this makes sense to me because you can join online. And that proxy thing, when it happened in the past, was I want to call it a scam, but it was an opportunity to kind of beat the rules, if you will. And I think that this probably makes.
Dave.
So I got an example of where a proxy might be needed. There's one processor attending via online, but he has some medical issues that he needs to attend to, and he plans on cutting out around lunchtime. So would that be an exception to the rule?
Thank you. Through the chair, that member is participating in the meeting, and so they can, for example, send in what their decision is or their vote is on any topic, even before they had to step out. And so that's a pseudo proxy in a way. You're letting the chair and vice chair know that on regulatory proposal 6, my vote's no. I've got to go for 2 hours. You're participating in the meeting. You're an active participant. Simply because you have to step away for an hour, or if you have a meeting here, for example, and you have to step out to an outside meeting, it doesn't mean that you're not participating in the meeting as a voting member.
Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, we can continue. Thank you.
And then the very last one is just a very minor edit. It's purely editorial. I don't think it really needs discussion. It's just changing some of the terminology to standardize from current to annual. Just makes it a little bit simpler. And so that's the edits in a nutshell this year. Relatively straightforward. We feel the accreditation one is probably that which requires a bit more thought and discussion, particularly around if you want to set a deadline for accreditation. That really does make sense to us, and that's why we put the text in there that we would request it's 2 weeks in advance. And then a little bit more thought around the membership eligibility and how we can validate that through accreditation documentation on the website, what's really needed. Yeah, and I'll finish there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. Thank you. John.
So, Dr. Wilson, I very much appreciate this presentation. I know the rules, I mean, from what I've heard, the rules and procedures have been in place for a while. That's good to know. I mean, I certainly haven't followed them. I think the issue we've had here at this meeting is just, how do we add someone who is an association, but very much a part of the process, has been part of the process, knows more about the process than probably the rest of us, and certainly knows about the issues as well or more than the rest of us. So, and I understand that the way the rules are written currently, that there's no eligibility here. In the past, I think the PAB would have made this decision sort of on their own. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what we would have done. So I get the path. I understand that the path is to make a recommendation that this be changed in a way that allows this kind of representation, because I think the PAB as a group needs it, because I think very, very valuable points of view are brought to the table as a result. Anyway, I guess it's just up to us to look at the rules and make a recommendation based on where we are right now. But I do appreciate, I appreciate your coming, and I think we all do. And I appreciate the opportunity to hear where this stuff is going. So thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, John. I think you summed it up very well, and obviously we're acutely aware of the issues, and I think this really comes down to the PAB needing to think about not only the wording and the rules of procedure, as I said, and how we accredit or how you accredit and how we can verify that accreditation, and what are the implications of any wording changes you're going to make. Really think about it, so that, as I said, we don't end up accrediting potential members that you don't feel are eligible or should be participating, because it's very easy to do so. And look, we'll be direct. And if we were to change the wording that would allow an association that's not directly involved in ABC, what are the implications of that for other associations that aren't being considered as part of this current discussion? So just have a think about it and be very deliberate in the wording changes that you make or recommend to the commission. And whether they decide to adopt them at this meeting, or whether you want time to think about it, that's something for you to discuss and consider.
John?
So I guess I should too as well, because there was some sharp conversation yesterday. It was directed to the ladies at the end of the room who are part of your staff. And I apologize for because you guys were the direction of the heat, and you shouldn't have been, probably. But I do, I appreciate what you do as well.
Thank you, John. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Wilson? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very
Really
much,
appreciate
chairs,
this.
and thank you, everybody. Good luck with the rest of your meeting. I think Andrea has already pointed out that we would greatly appreciate if you're able to adopt the report this afternoon. It makes our Thursday morning a lot easier with the conference board, which is significantly longer, but take the time you need, obviously, to make sure you get your deliberations correct. And John, I really do appreciate that. I am listening to the audio recording last night. It was, I think the team works extremely hard to support the PAB, and there's certainly some issues with the interaction yesterday, so I really appreciate that, and I look forward to a very congenial PAB engagement moving forward. Thank you.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too regret if I caused any hard feelings. I think that one of the things that strikes me, looking at our agenda, it strikes me that perhaps it's not quite clear enough as to what is expected of the PAB on these kinds of issues. And so the questions I had were as a result of not knowing exactly when and how the PAB was expected to review these changes and what was expected from us as a recommendation. So I just not being critical, but maybe the agenda could be a little bit more clear on those kinds of things. Just a suggestion.
Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe that's a over time process that's become a less clear because we don't expect anything of the PAB. It's the PAB's role to decide what you want to put forward. We will provide you with all the information that we possibly can to help you make the various motions that you need to make. And with the rules of procedure, whenever there are amendments or proposed amendments to the PAB's rules of procedure, we're going to try and get those to you as early as possible throughout the year, work closely with you, and then just because the commission's processes themselves have tightened up over the last number of years, always know that any amendments are going to be published 30 days before the commission meeting starts, which means that at more than 30 days before this meeting. And so maybe that's something that we can just try and flag earlier. If you see it on the rules, on the agenda, you know that there's amendments coming. We put them up on the website, and that's something that we started a couple of years ago, specifically for the PAB, and they're just links to papers that we think are useful for you. But more than that, we don't expect anything of the PAB. It's the PAB's role to decide what you expect of each other and would like to put forward to the commission. I hope I've made that clearer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I think, going back to the accreditation sort of comments, Jesse and I in the pre-meeting were given the agenda to overlook, but there's issues that come up and different things. At the time, it looked acceptable to us on what we should be discussing based on, the information that was provided from the commission. But there is that area under other business that topics can be added and discussed. But maybe same thing, a couple weeks before, here's the agenda. Is there anything prior that anyone wants to discuss? It can get sent out to the membership group as an idea. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to wrap up, typically we leave that to the chair. So once we do have that drafted and tentatively agreed from the chair, we typically publish the agenda for the meeting 90 days out as the first preliminary draft. So not typically, we're required to. So you'll see the draft, the provisional agenda for any IPHC meeting published on the website 90 days in advance. And through that's usually a replication of the previous year with any other key issues that we think are coming up, such as rules of procedure. And then we go through that direct consultation process with the chairs of the subsidiary bodies. And at that point, it's the subsidiary body chairs, vice chairs, who take carriage of that process and then feed it back. And I think we have a 45-day deadline written into the Commission's rules of procedure, which also applies to the PAB, where we request those edits to come in. Doesn't mean you can't amend it on the day of or even during your meeting. It's just, again, it's like, let's get this information to everybody as early as possible. So just remember those deadlines. 90 days, you're going to know what the agenda is. 45 days, try and have some suggestions to us so we can modify that agenda through the chairs. And 30 days out, we will publish the final draft agenda. And then first day of the meeting, you can modify it again as you see fit. But again, it's that 3-month period where we try and give you as much advance notice. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that being said, now sort of moving on to, Norm's sort of suggestion yesterday, this is an opportunity for us to look at the wording on what he proposed yesterday that we could put to the commissioners. But again, it comes down to the overall wording. I don't know if this is something we feel we can get done here in this room, by this afternoon, or if we want to, take a step back and articulate it properly and think of every different angle or avenue with this. Jesse.
Sure, if I may.
Yeah.
I'll let I'll let others speak first. Or I guess the one thing I would say is I think it'd be beneficial to discuss the changes make recommendations to the commissioners on the changes that are being suggested by the Secretariat. Further than that, I don't know if we want to try and I guess I should have asked Dr. Wilson this, but I don't know if we can make amendments to those changes to be adopted this year regardless. You can. So perhaps but I guess that's to Carl's point. I don't know if are we ready to make those amendments and feeling confident in the wording that we have.
Heather?
Should we first have a motion entertained to approve the suggested changes to the PAB, terms of reference, rules of procedure, and then deal with anything else?
Yeah, so
Should we first make that motion?
make
Would
a
you like that?
motion based on approving Dr. Wilson's suggestions to the commissioners.
So I would say that I move to recommend to the commissioners the changes being suggested by the Secretariat to the PAB.
ROP.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever you want to call it. For discussion.
Okay. Is there a seconder? John, now open for discussion.
So just to speak to the motion,
Yes.
I tend to agree with John Woodruff regarding the proxy element. I think that it makes sense to have it the way is being suggested, with the understanding that Dave elicited, that people who are at the meeting, either in person or not, who have to step away, can provide their votes on upcoming issues. I mean, that makes sense to me. So I'm just speaking to the proxy section of the proposed changes. So.
John?
You know, the proxy issue that I remember was many years ago, but someone came to the meeting with like a handful of proxies, like 5, and they were thinking they were going to vote their own vote plus those 5. And this was believe it or not, this was a Canada versus US thing. And that's where this thing kind of broke down, at least for me. So I'm very good with what the discussion was here, but somehow we need to avoid the issue that we had 20 years ago. We went through the same thing when a company came in with 3 or 4, maybe 6 or 8 people and said, hey, they all get to vote. And that's how we got to the one vote, one company finally. Won't mention any names, but I think the proxy, that the whole issue makes sense to me. And what was proposed up here on the board for all the rule changes makes sense. I think what we need to deal with is the issue of the elephant in the room, which we all know about.
Right.
And that's a rule that's already in place. So we need to make a recommendation relative to that as well.
Right. And this is just the proposed changes right now.
Peggy?
So I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit with this and follow up on what Dave suggested for an exception to the proxy. The problem with that is that the person who cannot attend does not have the benefit of the discussion during the discussion of the motion. So he may have an absolute certain idea about how he would vote for a number in a regulatory area. But on a proposal, he may not understand it all completely, and it's the discussion that happens before the vote that helps people understand that. So having the benefit of that would be taken away if he couldn't use a proxy with someone he trusted or she trusted. The other example that is troublesome is Tom McLaughlin usually was in China about this time, and he had to give a proxy to someone because even during Wi-Fi time, he couldn't get on a Wi-Fi and on the internet, and that's the case in Alaska in places too. So I say all this with the understanding that we are a small group getting smaller just because of mergers and acquisitions. We're not having a big group of people at the door knocking to get in. And I'm not sure how protecting against the misuse of these proxies would encourage inclusivity of more people in the business who are processors attending the PAB and really participating in it. And we certainly could put the number 2 in the TOR. Only a limit of 2 proxies is allowed, something like that, to address that problem. So those are the other side arguments.
So that would kind of go against, the proxy issue that Peggy brought forward. Heather?
So if somebody wanted to make an amendment to
Yeah.
the motion in that regard, that would be the way to deal with that.
Okay. John?
So I'm not sure I'm going to get this, but I'll make the amendment that would allow a proxy to be held by someone, a single proxy. I would not make it 2. I would make it a single proxy. So if I come to a meeting, I might have my own vote and someone else's. And I think the other piece of that is that the PAG should approve the use of that proxy, because I think limiting to 1 sort of pulls away the opportunity to play the system. But at the same time, I think we all know who's a buyer and who's not.
Right. I think that you can't just show up to the meeting with the proxy. You have to, the proxy has to be submitted to the Secretariat, and it would be noted there who has the proxy.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I just think it should be a single, if
Okay.
there's someone here voting, they could have a single additional vote with a proxy.
Okay. Bruce?
Yeah, I agree 100% with everything John said. We don't want to see it abused, but to just say no proxies seems a bit extreme to me too. There are situations where we want them, and we don't want someone coming here with a mitt full of proxies. We all been in meetings where that happens. But Peggy makes a great point, and it's something we struggle with in this business, to bring new people and young people into these, and they won't come. Maybe the proxy creates a threshold where we can get them involved a little bit more, or get them involved. And but I think just having 1 could prevent it from being abused. So I agree with everybody.
Heather?
Yeah, I think that's good. I'm just looking at the language and I'm thinking that whoever's taking notes is going to want exact language
Yes.
regarding what's being crossed out in section number 15. So I would suggest that if you're making an, that you would provide specific language so that we can pass that on to the commissioners.
Does everyone have access to the changes in red? Should I send it?
It's right here. It's on the website. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't have a microphone on. Sorry. So it looks like it's B, C, D, and E have been removed, are proposed to be removed entirely.
Correct.
So you could look at those lines, those sections, subsections, and decide how you wanted to amend the recommendation by keeping in the language that you want or different language. So I would let the proposer of the amendment speak to that. I have no objection to this, by the way. I just put it on the floor for discussion so that we could do this.
I think it was John that made the amendment. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, the motion.
Yeah. I made the motion. John is proposing an amendment to the motion. The motion was to accept the changes. The amendment was to not accept this change
Yeah.
and to have different language. But the language hasn't been provided. Yeah. Oh.
So I guess the first one we want to start with is B. Proxies are allowed only from members who have attended the last 2 sequential meetings of the PAB. Is that something we would like to keep? No. As long as they're accredited and within their 5-year accreditation, we are good to move forward.
So this is the document you should probably be reading from, and I can show you what it is.
You're reading from it.
Yeah, I'm reading from it now, Peggy. So that we can just, it's actually right up here. Yeah, this is
So it's a
what
little
we're trying
harder
to
to
get
see,
rid of.
but-
And,
So Madam Chairman, I guess the first place to start is what do we want to do? And then let's figure out what the language is. What we want to do, I think, is allow proxies. These are proxies that have been blessed by the commission through the process 2 weeks ahead of time. And you could only hold one additional proxy. You could only hold one proxy. And those are the 2 pieces, right?
if I may, John, I think so. Those are all defined already that have been crossed out.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't really need any new wording. We could just say we don't want to accept this and we want to keep our proxies. Or we
Exactly,
could
to
say
streamline it.
to streamline it, or we could say we want to keep proxies and we want to keep C, D, and E, but we don't want to keep E, and we want to amend B to say something like, if they've been accredited and they're within their 5-year accreditation, we can accept proxies.
Proxies are allowed only from accredited members.
Thank you. Yeah, within their
For
5-year
example.
limit.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
just,
Did you get all that? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I typed them out really quick so I can remember them.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think we're gonna keep C, D, and E. I didn't get a chance to read all the way through E. I don't know if anybody has any changes
So keeping C, D, and E.
at this point. Yes, and
Changing B.
Changing B to read proxies are allowed
from accredited
only
members.
from accredited members. I think that's what he
Yes.
intends.
Yes.
and Andrew, I may ask for some help that we're doing this the correct way.
So that is the amendment, yes.
So did we go to C yet? We got the whole thing. And someone will read it out loud.
Yeah, so we accept, yes.
I don't remember what happened on D
We kept it. Yes.
and C.
And C as well. So the change that we made to the current PAB terms of reference regarding proxies was basically proxies are allowed only from accredited members, correct?
Yes.
That's B. We kept C, only one proxy per member is allowed. Yep. D, proxies will be submitted to the IPHC Secretariat prior to the PAB meeting in written or electronic form. And a general proxy will authorize a designated PAB member to vote on any or all topics brought before the PAB on behalf of a PAB member who cannot attend. A specific proxy will authorize a PAB member to vote on specifically named topics listed on the proxy itself on behalf of the PAB member who cannot attend. John.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, the second point was only one proxy per, I think you said per voting member.
It says only one proxy per member is allowed.
Yeah, and I would just change that to only one proxy per attending member. So it's clear that.
Yeah.
Because as a member, I could
Yes.
I could have a proxy, but anyway, clarity.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Well, the only thing I may add is if we would like to put similar to the accreditation, perhaps submitted to the IPHC Secretariat 2 weeks prior to the PAB for it to sort of mirror that.
So adding that to D.
Yes, please. I had John's question too, that an attending member, that would make sense that only one attending member can hold one proxy.
Yeah, it's what Norm said as well, basically. Okay. Do we need it reread, sorry, or do we have an understanding of?
No, I got it.
Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect.
I got it.
So given these changes, can we put it to vote?
We haven't discussed the other changes though. We don't, you just asked that.
This is just on the amendment.
On amendment on the proxies. Yeah. Any opposition? None.
I feel like we've only counted one vote this whole meeting. Like
We're a united
vote is-
group. It's
every
good.
vote is
It's good. A united group.
unanimous. Other than season dates, like keep it simple.
So the other proposals brought forward by Dr. Wilson, other than proxies, I believe there was a general consensus to accept the amendments that he was proposing.
I thought we
John?
had a motion to accept them. Can you make them?
We do.
Yeah.
We have a motion to accept them, and that's now being amended with the proxy.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So we're in effect
Being
voting on,
amended.
Yes.
Do we want to amend any other sections? That's my question.
I believe the consensus is we do not. John?
we're going to wait till next PAB meeting to do that.
We're just addressing what Dave brought forward right now
Correct.
for his presentation.
That was my motion.
Yes.
So the only Do I have permission to?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking that if we agree to a 2-week prior notification of proxies, perhaps we could include a 2 weeks prior notification of accreditation also. Because that is part of what the Secretariat would like to add into our tour. So that's on page 33 of 41. Let's see if I'll find the
Jesse?
section.
Peggy, I believe that's already in the, if you look up at the screen, the new paragraph 7 at the bottom says to notify the IPHC Secretariat at least 2 weeks before the beginning of the annual meeting of the PAB session they wish to attend.
So my addition would be that the Secretariat notify the chairs of the PAB 2 weeks before. That's what I'm talking about, not
I see.
able to make any amendment here. It's the inclusion of the PAB in the knowledge of who the companies are that have requested accreditation.
I see.
Heather?
So if anyone wanted to make an amendment, they maybe would need to amend the new proposed section 6, where it says the PAB regulates its membership by accrediting members at the beginning of each PAB session, working from a list provided by the Secretariat 2 weeks ahead of the meeting. For example, I can't amend my own motion, but that's what a person would do if they were going to.
Jesse? Yes.
I guess my only other follow-up question, and this goes to you, Peggy, is that the Secretariat isn't actually requiring people to do the 2-week. That's not like a set rule. It's just an encourages. It's an ask. So I'm not sure where that gets. Where do we go with that in terms of asking them to get a hold of us to accredit members? I guess we could say accredit the members that have thus far submitted. Or have submitted them within the 2-week period?
Well, one approach on this is to not make any further amendments to Heather's motion and agree with these. And then, assuming that we are going under new business, to create a work group, as we did last year, to really address these. And perhaps one other new business to address the membership. So we could do that and leave everything else, as John said, for next year, including any of these details that we don't want to deal with right now. I would not oppose that, and then we could move on. Does that make sense or no?
Yeah. So we have the option to go with what we've suggested per Dave's comments right now and to accept them as we've amended them. And then we can work on other areas of our rules of procedure as we see fit to present to the commissioners. Right. So to finalize this one, we're in agreement with how it's worded, how we've changed it. We'll put it to vote, and then we can open up after lunch changes to the rules of procedure that we want to see recommended to the commissioners. Okay. So I'll put this to vote because we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any opposition? Unanimous. And I will break for lunch now. How long does everyone need? I don't know what's in the sort of the agenda. Is it an hour? Is it an hour and a half?
We'd like to end by 5.
Sorry? At the end of it, yeah, probably to finalize the minutes. So does the group want an hour, hour and a half? Hour? Hour. Okay, reconvene at 1. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll get going here this afternoon. Just to clarify in this other business component, we have a few topics to discuss. The first one, sort of picking up on the rules of procedure, would be, do we want to put forward, talking to Norm's sort of motion that we voted on yesterday, put together the wording as a recommendation to the commissioners to allow associations to participate in the PAB process. That's number one. And number two, I know there's a motion for size limits that we discussed yesterday that we were going to see some wording together. And then I believe, what was your second motion, or the second? Yeah, the triennial assessment component. And then I believe Mark wants to bring up the other halibut fisheries that are taking place not in the Pacific. So picking up to the rules of procedure recommendation. The current rule states, and the Secretariat can confirm, but sorry, I have my email. Part 3 sort of specifies any company or association, including sole proprietorships, corporation, or partnerships whose direct business is purchasing, processing, and selling Pacific halibut caught in Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, or California is eligible for PAB membership. So that is the wording in the paragraph that we would look at amending, or putting a proposal to amend to the commissioners to be a little bit more inclusive to associations. I know I've seen some verbiage on this, but given sort of Dave's comments, you know, there might be other parameters that we aren't necessarily thinking of while trying to amend this verbiage. So all that being said, I don't know if Norm wants to speak to this a little bit more because he was the originator of the motion yesterday. John.
Could you read the motion from yesterday? I've quite forgotten. I'm afraid.
Was there? Okay. Okay. 1 second, we're just finding it. Norm, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would be amenable to, I mean, we've pretty well gotten through a meeting, and this is something to think about. And there's a lot of, you know, probably review that needs to be done. And I don't know that we would need to get it accomplished here, but maybe I'd be amenable to just tabling this decision until we get some, you know, can digest this, what this entails and get the wording right. Thank you.
So normally you're sort of suggesting more of a working group to look at the whole rules of procedure in its entirety to sort of see if there's other areas that we want changed?
Yes, thank you.
John.
So, Jen, I think, did we vote on the motion or did we just pass? We did?
Voted unanimously.
So I'd just still be curious here. I tried to look. I couldn't find it, but I'd be curious to know what the motion was and what we agreed to focus on.
Please.
So I have the official language. It just said John makes a motion to accept industry associations for accreditation. Heather seconded the motion, and then the discussion ensued. Motion passes unanimously. Oh, no.
John.
Okay, so I'm good with Norm's motion to, I think it was the table or whether it's table or have a discussion group. I'm good with that. Because I think coming just to accept associations, someone could come with 3 or 4 associations. I mean, if there's an issue that's important to somebody, we've seen this at least a couple times in the past. So maybe it makes some sense to get a group together and sort of figure out how we do what we want to do. So I guess I'm agreeing with Norm.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wasn't there a little bit more to the motion? Didn't it say something about associations that represent Alaska and Canadian processors or something like that? Wasn't there a little bit more language in the? Yeah, I don't have it in front of me.
That would be fantastic, Peggy, if you have a copy. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, it seemed to me that was a very specific subset of associations that was being recommended. And I assume that was because there's only one association that, as far as I know, though I could be wrong, that fits that description.
Currently, that what we are aware of, yes,
Okay.
but it's also, this would open the door to the possibility of other associations joining.
Mhm.
And that's what we would need to be open to with this
Right.
change.
Right.
So I'll read the motion and emphasize, let you know the area that Heather is worried about. And I agree with her that it is exclusive, not inclusive.
Okay.
So just a change of one word would fix that, I think. Norm's motion was, I would move that the IPHC Processors Advisory Board vote to approve accreditation for industry associations that represent halibut processors from both Canada, this is the word, and the US as members with voting participation. That means any association that represented Canada and the US. So I don't think that's what we mean. We mean a more inclusive one might be an association that just represents us, processors in 3A, for instance, or processors, who knows? So this is all speculation here, but I think that we want to say and or sort of include both. But the rest of the motion went and the US as members with voting participation. And I think he used this section as no, he included it in the motion. For as far back as I can remember, these associations have always been allowed to be members of the PAB, and I see no reason to change that policy at this time. These groups play an important role in providing pertinent information regarding meetings and dates, communication of issues and concerns in the fishery, as well as assisting in introducing processing participants to the IPHC process and each other. That was the end of the motion.
Yes, please.
Peggy, could I just ask that you send that to me? I can't type as fast as you talk. Thank you.
So
We'll go Heather.
I just want to comment on that. I think in other groups that many of us are part of that work with fishery regulatory issues and including allocations and so on, those groups always, I can't think of any that don't include associations as part of the mix of people who are groups who are knowledgeable and who participate in that decision making. They are a relatively important part of fishery regulation bodies that I'm familiar with. And so I just wanted to say that if people want to put off this conversation until later, that's fine. But I just wanted to say that I agree with the idea of including associations, whether it be HANA or whether it be other legitimate associations that represent processors in this case. I think it's an important part of the business environment, and I would think that that would be something we would want to do. I don't have any fears that we would be faced with sort of fake associations, because I think that would become pretty clear in the accreditation process. So I think that's a little bit of a red herring, to be honest. Though I understand the concern, I think it's probably not a concern for all of us in the same way. So it wouldn't be for me. I think the accreditation process would take care of that.
My only concern about relying on the accreditation process is that right now that's not very, even with the wording that I think we agreed upon with Dr. Wilson, I don't know if the accreditation process is with the with having them send us the list 2 weeks in advance and our ability to be, it just seems like Dr. Wilson wants us to be able to set that accreditation process like online. And it doesn't sound like we have that currently. Am I making sense? That we don't have the current, he's relying on the ROP to allow people to direct our accreditation. And so I guess that would only be coupled with also making sure that we adjust the accreditation to what exactly we want. I get nervous about leaving it on accreditation because I think that's what happened this year, and it's a bit confusing.
Just in response, I think you're right. That's a really good point. That we perhaps don't need to just work on this particular issue, but also the whole accreditation process as well. That's kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and that might be a bit much to bite off right now. So yeah, I get your point. Thank you.
Mark.
I had a question about the accreditation. Is for a group like HANA, it's directly involved in Halibut or totally involved in Halibut. Would this be open to other groups that do other things besides, to Heather's point, that go into regulatory process, that would be open to other fisheries that they're involved in as well? Or the accreditation would focus on the halibut and then it would be okay? Right. So we don't have to worry about what they talk about other stuff. Okay.
That's my thing.
Yeah, that's what makes sense. Because I thought there was a term, directed business is Alaskan or North Pacific halibut. I thought there was some wording in there, but
there is.
Okay.
Go. I mean, I think just even in the current writing of that procedure, it is a little, confusing. Is it all three? Is it 1 out of 3? Like there, I think should be a little bit more structure around it as well. So I think there should be some more thought put into this, for sure. Heather?
So do you need a motion to form a work group then?
I think with Norm, no,
Or you got that already?
Yeah, he put basically put a motion forward to
Okay.
or amend his.
No.
Right, no. Because we voted and we sort of put that in yesterday, but I think now that the group's sort of seen some other areas that maybe the ROP should be changed in other areas, not just specifically this one, that maybe it is something that should be looked at with a little bit of time and some thought with a working group outside of the boardroom or this meeting. Norm?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I concur with that, and that was my intent. There's a lot to digest in that ROP, and I just feel like presently where we are at in the meeting, we don't need to be in a rush to get this resolved. I still stand behind my motion, and want to see it completed, but I think that spending some time on this and making sure that we address the ROP and get everything put down where like we want it is important, and we shouldn't rush into it. Thanks.
Can kind of maybe add to what you said, or like what we voted on earlier, that we would like to see associations that represent Pacific halibut buyers seated at the PAB, but we want to take a further look at the rules of procedures to see what else needs amending when proposing this change. Including accreditation process.
Sure. Sounds good.
Because even when we talked about the 2-week, time frame that the membership list goes out, like there's other things that we can use this opportunity to make a few more changes that we would like to see. Heather?
It'd be good if the minutes could capture those areas that we are looking to look again at, very specifically. I think that really helped the last time when we had the work group process and it was determined that these were the areas that needed to be looked at.
Right.
So it'd be really good to have that captured. I think
Okay.
you did a good job.
Okay. Yes, please.
All right. So how I captured it, add to this that they would like to see associations that represent buyers of halibut when proposing these changes, including the accreditation process. Anything else?
Anything else that comes to mind? Peggy?
So I was thinking on this last night, and I saw a couple of areas where clarifications may be needed. When we wrote these originally, they were, they're not done as good as they probably should have been. And many of these are really simple to add, such as the system under which PAB will operate, like Robert's Rules of Order just mentioned that. So that would be administrative or housekeeping items. Other subjects would be the accreditation form, how we want, what we want that to look like, and memorializing it, so to speak, in the tour. And then I don't know if it should be attached to this motion, but maybe in your report, you should suggest a timeline on these proposed changes to reach the commissioners.
Yep.
And I think that might be it. Yes, and the voting on members. That's it.
Heather?
I have a question for the Secretariat, if I may. Andrea, Norm's motion has no weight under the current terms of reference. Is that correct? And so there is no change that can be made without changing the terms of reference. I may be oversimplifying it, but I just wanted to hear that again, if you could. So that's what has to happen first? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I think I'm going to let this, just go, but I just want to get on the record that Norm's motion was not to amend the TOR, was just to allow associations to sit here. And that is not something that the commissioners would approve or not approve because it isn't a change in the TOR. So that's all.
I think it would be, in order for that to happen, there would need to be a change to the TOR.
I will go with that. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I guess with that question, then I'm confused on the motion that Norm made that you just sent the advisory board to vote approval of accreditation for industry associations. So yes, that would definitely need to go through the rules and procedures with Canada and the United States.
Based on the interpretation, the recent interpretation of our word, despite the fact that we've always had that as a practice.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess because we voted on and approved Norm's prior motion, there needs to be a new motion.
I mean, that'd be my.
Yes.
I think to make a new motion, I need more clarification on the heading of the
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
I have what you want.
Yeah. Just, I think the motion needs to come from a voting member.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if Jesse could read the proposed language, I would make that motion if I could hear the proposed language one more time.
Yeah, of course. So I guess we have to vote on this part. This is the part that.
Yes, and then maybe vote on that one.
Okay, so this would be a new motion and it would include what Carl had mentioned before. So this is add to this that we would like to see an association that represents buyers of halibut when proposing the change, including the accreditation process and or the list of things that Peggy also listed, which could include using Robert's rules as our the system, accreditation, and then the accreditation form, and then suggesting a timeline on changes and when they need to reach the commission and voting on members. I'm a little bit confused. I think that this part was supposed to be added to Norm's original motion. Go ahead, Heather.
Well, I'll just say what I think, but it doesn't mean it's right. I just think that we've already passed Norm's motion. If he wants to, I don't even think he can withdraw it. And I don't think anybody can change it. And so it stands. That's done. Unless somebody asks for reconsideration. This is Robert's rules, kind of. And then there needs to be a new motion because it sounds like the will of this group is to have a working group meet before the next full meeting of the PAB to discuss changes to the membership rules and include a discussion of the accreditation process. And those were the two things that I heard from folks. And then Peggy had added a couple of other things that she thought might be good to look at as well. That would need to be a new motion that would create such a working group for such a purpose. So that's what I would recommend, to make it clear and clean rather than mixing it up with Norm's motion.
John.
So I move that the chairman, men and women, create a working group over the next 9 months or so to convene and discuss membership on the PAB, including organizations, and how the PAB might adjust the rules so that organizations were acceptable.
Second.
But there was a few other housekeeping items that we could look at during that review of rules of procedure. So that's where the sort of specific items that these areas are going to be looked at. John?
So if that's a friendly amendment, it's accepted.
Okay.
I accept that too as a second.
So I need to do the math. John, I also have a maybe perhaps a friendly amendment, but just to mention that we have to get these amendments ideally to the commissioners 90 days before our meeting. So perhaps put a little bit of a timeline, have a work group within the next 6 months so we can give the ROP the amendments 90 days, so the commissioners can see it 90 days beforehand.
Also friendly accepted.
And I had one other, I think you just said organizations. I think maybe we should say halibut or organizations representing buyers of Pacific halibut. That would be my only other clarification there.
Good enough. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Very friendly.
I'm
John?
Carl, you said after this, we have just the a potential motion to about minimum size and then also the triennial evaluation. Is
Yeah,
that
and
what we have
then
left?
I believe
Yes,
one
and
of the
Mark wanted
open
to talk about-
discussion just
yes.
on
Okay.
other halibut fisheries affecting
curious
this
what's
halibut
left.
fishery. Yeah.
good.
All right, so I have, John has moved that the chairman create a working group over the next 9 months or so to convene and discuss membership on the PAB, including organizations that include buyers of Pacific halibut, and how the PAB might adjust the rules so organizations can be accepted. Items included for the discussion in this work group include clarification on other sections such as the system under which for Robert's rules, accreditation form and memorializing this. Suggests a timeline on proposed changes to reach commissioners and voting members.
Just for clarification, because I think there's been lots of discussion back and forth on this, would buyers of Pacific halibut designate as people who buy halibut in Alaska or BC, or is that anybody who buys halibut? Anybody who buys Pacific halibut?
I was going to say there's a big Pacific halibut.
Right.
IPHC is Pacific halibut.
Sure. Pacific, or I guess, but there could be a company in Texas that buys Pacific halibut. So any association that represents them could be a part of the PAB.
These are precisely the issues that we should discuss.
That we need to define.
I
Yes,
guess that
I agree completely.
Before we move, I'm so sorry to nitpick on this, but I feel like this has been the whole conversation with Dave about being very concise. So I'm not sure of the wording to make that more clear, but open to.
I spent hours last night thinking about the wording to make that clear, and I didn't feel comfortable with presenting anything here just because everyone needs input. So I think that is for the working group.
Yep. To define what the PAB membership is, or what the accreditation to the PAB membership is.
And my suggestion is that the working group report back to the full PAB and the PAB approve it as if in an intercessional meeting, if necessary, electronically. And then we send it to the commissioners through the secretariat as usual. Maybe we could do it in time for them to do it at their interim meeting so that we'd be all set for January. But just a thought.
John?
You don't think we could arrange this to have a meeting in Palm Springs?
Yes, we could.
Okay, I'm on.
That's what I'm hoping for. Second concurs.
Thank you. Andrea just gave us some nice clarification. It's 90 days before the interim meeting. So it would need to be before August at that point then, in terms of the end of November.
Let's try it before salmon season.
I would see this as chair people, you would appoint a chairman of the subgroup, and then just some members, and they would get together and know that their charge is to have something to the big group by May 1st or some day like that. I think you all could do that just in terms of creating the committee.
Yeah, it would be on us to facilitate.
So is that a friendly amendment to that amendment that working group should send the PAB members recommendations?
Yes, I believe it was. Yep.
So we have another friendly amendment on that. So to continue, that the working group then sends out to the PAB the recommendations and then follows through on those recommendations to the secretariat, who will send to the commissioners before the IM, and then in parentheses 90 days before the IM.
Maybe the only other thing is you guys still have like 9 months, and I think we're going to make that more like 6 months. That would be my only other.
Do we want to read it out once more and then we'll put it up? Yeah, thank you. There were some changes.
All right. All right, so John, I move that the chairman create a working group over the next 6 months or so to convene and discuss membership on the PAB, including organizations that include buyers of Pacific halibut, and how the PAB might adjust the rules so that the organizations can be accepted. Items included for discussion in the working group include PAB rules of operation under Robert's rules, accreditation form and memorializing this, suggests a timeline of proposed changes to reach the commissioners and voting members, that the working group then send out to the entire PAB the recommendations, and then follow through on those recommendations to the secretariat to send to the commissioners for consideration 90 days before the interim meeting.
That last sentence is a little redundant. We only need to send it to the commissioners once through the secretariat.
Yes, but
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm not sure if you guys want to, I know that IPHC and myself would probably like to be very clear that it is a 90-day deadline. I can definitely remove it, but I don't want you guys to miss the 90-day deadline because it sneaks up on people.
Yeah.
Nice work.
So that's the motion on the table. Is there a second? Well, it was a second. So, okay, perfect. That's what I meant. Okay. Put it to vote. Is there any objection? None. Thank you. And then moving on, I know, move on to this size limit recommendation. John?
So this follows up our discussion yesterday, and I guess some of what was presented in the meeting on Tuesday morning. But this is a motion that the PAB has significant and serious concerns about changing or removing the 32-inch size limit for halibut. The PAB believes in the value that the value of in the marketplace of halibut much smaller than 32 inches will be much lower than the value of fish 32 inches and over, and much less than the projected value used in the MSE modeling. Recovery rates on smaller fish are low. This change would likely cause some changes in fishing behavior, which needs further analysis and discussion. The PAB encourages extreme caution considering this action. After a second, I got some rationale.
Okay, second.
So I think we all know this stuff because we talked about it, but we think that the under 32 fish will find a much lower price. Even so, they've found not so much lower price in the small amount of survey fish that have been sold so far. A load with 30, 20, 15% small fish, we think will find a price that might be as low as 50% of a 1020. And we also think that because of this, it'll encourage sorting, sifting. This is exactly the behavior that this whole episode is meant to prevent. We do think it's a worthwhile exercise. We'd like to see actually what happens when you deliver a significant quantity of under 32-inch fish, and especially under 26-inch fish, what happens when you deliver that fish to the marketplace. And for that reason, we, I want to say encourage, maybe that's the wrong word, but we hope that the commission will have this done in a single area for a short period of time, a year, and that we suggest that area be somewhere there is smaller fish caught, i.e. 3A, somewhere there's smaller fish caught, and also ready access to the fresh market, because that's the issue: is what's the fresh market going to pay for these small fish, and how many of them are there?
So, Steve.
Yeah, I want to offer.
Steve, can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
Yeah, John, you had me all the way until that last bit about maybe trying this on a small scale in 3A, because I think once this door is open, you can't close it again. And I'm just very concerned about this. In fact, I think what you'll see is other areas demanding it pretty quickly. So that's the only point I'm having trouble with.
I'll let Heather speak, and then.
I'd like to clarify that whether that's part of the motion or whether it's just part of something else, because I seconded the original motion. I did not think that there was a part that talked about a trial, because I heard from many members that they thought a trial, even in a small place in a small time, may not be a good idea. So I did not second that part of the motion. John, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. So I know you're good at this. I am totally. So I'd like to know what's actually in the motion before I second it. So I'd like to withdraw my second in order to be more clear on what the motion actually is.
Yeah, please.
So John had made the motion, which is up on the screen. Thank you, Heather, for sending that over to us, and then stop the motion to provide rationale. So he provided the motion, you seconded it, and then discussion. So this is under discussion.
So the trial period is not part of the actual motion.
It's only your language.
Okay.
John?
Well, so I have to disagree with you both. I think that this would be our opposition to this thing is this fish is going to be small. It's not going to have value. I don't think we know that. I don't think we know how much is going to get caught. Anyway, I don't have a problem either way. I'm just thinking, though, that this would be a great opportunity to see what a 6-pound halibut's worth. And you'll see it on some boats, how much gets actually caught. Because I have some question about, depending on the hook size you use, how much fish under 8 pounds are you actually going to catch? Anyway, I have no problem if you don't want to put that part of the rationale in there.
Dave?
I pretty much agree with John, other than the area in which he thinks we should harvest it from. I think the potential of big loads of U32s could come in from 3A. If we were going to do a test, or if the commission felt it was something they wanted to do, I would suggest either 2B or 2C. And it would limit the volumes coming in. It would give us time to actually develop markets, if there is such a thing. But it would be pretty difficult with 30,000 pounds of under 32s. That's just, that's my thought.
My problem with 2C, and I don't know about 2B, but 2C, the average size there is about 30 pounds. So you're not going to you're going to get this situation where you have a very small number of these small fish, and you're not going to find out what that market really is. Yeah, I guess you will find out on the selling end. 3A makes sense to me because I'm curious to know what the fresh market would do with those fish. And 3B fish, you guys, some of you know better than me, but I think some of that fish, or a lot of that fish, might go west instead of east, and wouldn't wind up in Kodiak. And you're not going to send fresh out of anywhere west. But I don't have any problem if you pull that out.
But you got Seward. I mean, that's a fresh port. You would see fish there. Homer, Kodiak, we still move fresh out of Kodiak. I mean, it's going to be a struggle with any kind of volume. My thoughts again is, if we're going to get a few fish, at least we can figure out what the actual recovery and then send it out to some of our customers. And we have salesmen in here that might be able to offer something.
Isn't the IPHC testing the market right now with bringing the small fish in from the surveys, and we're telling them to a degree that it is worth way less than what you're getting now? I mean, they are sort of letting us test the market with these small fish, and we're not having great success with it. Do you want to push it with larger quantities? Like, we know it's going to be a struggle to sell it.
But I thought what I heard yesterday, Carl, was that somebody here had bought that fish. There was a very small amount. And so they went back to the prior sale and just added a nickel to the under whatever it was. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought that's what you said.
Or me, yeah, Nick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that, and then Dave even commented, like, we're basically amortizing that fish at zero cost. So yeah, we want to win the bid, right? So that's a whole different pricing strategy. But I think we got 700 or 800 pounds of that fish on one IPHC charter. We had nothing to do with it. We gave it to staff. Like, nobody wanted it. Just couldn't move it. And I would be strongly opposed to a trial fishery where we're now telling guys it's okay to bring this in. I think that's just a really bad can of worms that we're thinking about opening. We don't want the fish that we've got, 3 or 4% on an IPHC charter of these 6-7 pounders. What's going to happen when they're 10 to 20%? They're just going to pile up in the freezer, and you're going to sell it for pet food or compete with frozen soles or whatever. There's going to be so little value in it. It's very worrisome.
Mike?
Yeah, what's going to happen is exactly what happens with black cod. And all you guys that buy black cod and can't get rid of those little black cod, you're going to get all these little halibut because they're out there, and the whales won't let us bring those aboard. But that's what's going to happen. Guys get so desperate, I got to take whatever I can get. And if you're going to buy that, eventually I got to just take what I can get for it. because I'm wasting my time out here. So that's what's going to happen. You're going to have all these fish you can't poop. Excuse me.
Mark.
Mr. Chairman, having bought a lot of survey boats over the years, for the last whatever, I agree with Nick is that you throw a price out there anyway. And I know I used to get yelled at by Mr. Woodruff on what we would pay for it. So that's not reality in what the market's going to be. So using those survey fish to figure out what the value based on what the IPHC commissioners are seeing or the secretary is a bad way of going, because it's just not there. But how do you figure that out if not having an area that you can concentrate on? And I see what Dave's saying and John's saying the same thing. How do you figure that out where you can get a better idea of just the survey? Because you always want it to beat the next guy. And I remember the fleet used to get really pissed. Well, you're paying this for the survey. Why aren't you paying, that? So that's sort of not in reality of what it'll happen. So
Is the reality more on the sales side than the buy side?
yes.
Right.
And to go back to what I said yesterday,
right.
A lot of comments will come from customers saying, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And we've had to deal with that over the years. But now it's going to get even smaller, if that's a word.
Jesse.
Just to echo other people's comments, we still have some of that fish in the freezer. I don't think we were able to move any of that. And I agree with Steve in terms of like, if we open this door up, it maybe suggests that this is something that we are interested in pursuing. And I don't think my company is, and seems like the general consensus is that we all are not very interested in it, majority is maybe not interested in that.
John.
Okay, I withdraw that piece of the rationale, and I'll bury my head in the sand with the rest of those people.
Tyler.
Yeah, so for me, I don't want to issue any language in our report that indicates that we want to look into this further. I think would take a lot of time, energy, and resources on IPHC staff, and a lot of just round and round doing circle discussions like this, and the end result is going to be the same, that we're opposed to it. So I don't want to encourage them to look further into harvesting smaller fish than 032.
Yeah, Don.
Like I mentioned this morning, it's I don't understand the science behind taking out little fish. That's our future.
Yeah.
And you look at anything in nature, you don't take out the babies. So,
Steve.
Following up on that comment, I would like to offer a friendly amendment. I hope John still thinks I'm friendly. It would be number 3. Results from the MSAB evaluation suggested that removing the size limit over the long term could impact the age and size diversity of the biomass, i.e. the percentage of older, larger individuals would decline while the percentage of small fish would increase. We don't yet understand what long-term impacts on the full range of halibut and the sustainability of the resource of a less diverse biomass would result in. With a second.
It's an amendment or
Friendly. Sorry.
You don't need a second.
Okay.
I give up.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
Steve Bessick.
Steve. Sorry about that, Steve.
Well, just another point that the council's recommendation of the economic impact on the smaller fisheries was assuming a 50% value of that of the under 32 fish. So we're essentially saying in this room that there's zero value to that fish. And so that kind of eliminates their argument and justification for that being beneficial or not detrimental to the fleet.
Thank you. Are we adding the third point to the friendly? Okay, perfect. Okay.
John,
Well, I don't know. He's glowering at me right now.
He's glowering at me too.
I did accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think I said I withdrew the part that you all found objectionable.
Yes.
And that I accepted Steve's friendly amendment.
So I guess we'll just have it added.
Yeah, I'll send it out.
Just sort of specified. Nick?
Yeah, I would further put a bullet point or number there just to maybe even say that the PAB strongly discourages the fishing of U32s due to market reasons, just to provide a little bit more specific language that, you know, we really are against fishing the little guys, just for emphasis. And that's, I don't know if that's a friendly amendment or if that's for discussion or whatever, but I would be more comfortable putting that language in the proposal there.
You should all have that now.
Nick, did you want to put forth a friendly amendment to? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mrs. Chair, may I put forth a friendly amendment for that? John?
I'm listening.
Still friends?
I don't, I mean, whatever you just said was fine with me.
I'll have you say it again. So another friendly amendment. Oh no, you already have it right there. Yep.
PAB is strongly against fishing U32 fish.
There you go.
And then are we adding, we're going to add the resource, the Steve and Dawn's idea of, yeah.
She has added it to our minutes, to our notes. Monica, this is just like the original draft that was sent over from,
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion. This is just the original draft from Heather, but we can have Andrea read through it
Yes,
again,
please.
and then.
Okay, the motion from John is the PAB has significant and serious concerns about changing or removing the 32-inch size limit for halibut. 1, the PAB believes that the value in the marketplace of a halibut smaller than 32 inches will be much lower than the value of a fish 32 inches or over, and much less than the projected value used in the MSE modeling. The recovery rates on smaller fish are low. This change would likely cause changes in fishing behavior, which needs further analysis and discussion. 3, results from the MSAB evaluation suggest that removing the size limit over the long term could impact the age and size diversity in the biomass, i.e. the percentage of older, larger individuals would decline while the percentage of small fish would increase. We don't yet know what long-term impacts on the full range of halibut and the sustainability of a less diverse biomass in the future. PAB is strongly against fishing U32 fish.
Sorry, Steve, yes.
My only question is the wording of much lower. And I just wonder if we want to put that a little stronger, because what I'm hearing is it's essentially 0. Much lower, is it 70 or is it 30% less? Is it 50% less? Just a thought.
Significantly lower?
Sorry if that's too down in the weeds, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we get there. I mean, we've talked about it a lot, and I mean, it'll still have a market, but we're going to be competing against flounder. I mean, what sort of number do you want to put on that?
I mean, yeah, if you're looking at a flounder versus a halibut, it's, going to be 70 or more % less value, right?
Yeah.
Much to significantly?
It's a little stronger. without putting a defining percentage.
Norm also wants to say something.
Okay. Norm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything that I had to say has already been said. I had my hand up a while ago, but just to kind of, I strongly oppose this idea and opening this door. We don't want to try and be moving these fish. And to echo what Mike was saying earlier, that, knowing something about how fishermen think, if they're allowed the opportunity to harvest these fish, it'll happen. And they have up against, I think about the black cod that was mentioned at all. People, had a lot of those fish to catch, so they just fished them. They just caught them. And the same thing will happen with this. Guys have other fisheries they need to get to or other areas, and they'll bring in whatever they catch if they're allowed the opportunity. So the potential for seeing a lot of this product is probably fairly high. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Bruce?
I think it's important that industry gets the word to the fishermen, especially like more on the Canadian side, but there's leases as part of our business. And if the fishermen understand that they're going to be into a net zero or negative for a portion of their catch, they should take it seriously looking at that. And, that's not a conservation issue, but it's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd even be able to lease if they're catching.
It's a direct deduction off their income, 100%.
So are we happy with just the strong wording that is now in there? Okay. 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 And strong. Okay. Do you want to put it to vote? Any opposition? None. Okay. Okay, I guess sort of the last item that was brought up for our agenda is just I don't know, Mark, how you want to put forward what you wanted to discuss, but is it just more? Oh, sorry, triennial. I apologize. Yeah. Steve.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion regarding the triennial stock assessment. And the motion would read, the PAB encourages further consideration before moving from an annual to a triennial stock assessment. While there may be advantages in doing the full stock assessment less frequently, including the potential for less extreme changes from one year to the next, there is also the potential for unexpectedly large changes at the end of the 3-year period. In this time of rapid climate and ecosystem changes, annual stock assessments may remain the more prudent choice. And with a second, I'll speak to that.
Do we have a second? Heather?
Yeah. Thank you, Heather. I'll just wander away from halibut for a second. Most of you are aware of what's just happened in the Bering Sea with the crab stocks, and I'm a crab quota holder, and we were caught up because of COVID, we did not have an annual survey for a couple years. Going into COVID, we thought we saw one of the biggest recruitment coming our way. And 2 years later, when we got back on the surveys, those crab were gone. We had a huge, almost unbelievable mortality event. And if we had at least had those surveys during COVID, we would have understood and we would have been able to perhaps respond a little better. Instead, now you have an industry in crisis. You have a council that has pushed other important issues aside to deal with the rebuilding plans and emergency rule requests and everything else. And I don't want to see this fishery exposed to that kind of risk. The annual surveys would have at least allowed us to adjust as those stocks were collapsing, and instead it took all of us by surprise, and there's going to be a lot of bankruptcies before this is over. Thank you.
Heather.
Just wanted to clarify that there would still be annual surveys under this proposal, that it wouldn't take out the annual surveys.
Yeah, right.
But still the annual assessment process.
Yeah, the assessment.
It seems like Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, yeah, you can have stability over 3 years perhaps, but at the end of that 3-year period, particularly if it coincides with the 3-year interval of further analyzing the stock assessment process, which we just saw the results of with this change in the natural mortality, that at the end of 3 years, it could be kind of surprising how much things could change. And so there goes your stability. You know what I mean? It's kind of good, but kind of could be bad too, you know? So
Yeah.
those are my thoughts.
I agree with both of you guys. We see some pretty significant changes in the layout of the surveys this year, and clearly there's some economic considerations have gone into those changes, which doesn't address the management concerns and the assessment concerns, but the biggest one is the Dutch Harbor Charter has gone from 49 stations to 16 stations. So I just wonder if someone could explain the criteria for the changes, and if it is economic, then they've balanced that. They've sacrificed a stock assessment data for economics. I'd like someone to explain how they weight that, because it seems to change from year to year when the fish revenue goes up and down. Now the charters are going to go up and down with the fish revenues. It's like, I'd like to understand the methodology a little bit, because there's two kind of conflicting inputs into how these charters are structured.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Or Secretariat's working on bringing someone in for that person.
Oh, thank you.
Peggy?
I just wanted to comment that I'm trying to save time and anxiety when we give this presentation to the commissioners on this motion. Your motion started out encouraging further investigation into, and this particular issue has been looked at the MSAB. So it has gotten a lot of consideration already. I'm not sure if there's a way to clarify that as to a certain investigation type that you'd like to see the commissioners put this through, or just make a more of a judgment statement about it.
Yeah, through the chair. I think by consideration, I meant almost reconsideration, rethink your assumptions, because we're in a very dynamic period right now in the marine environment. And more to the point, I don't want to lose any data, because right now, we almost have to throw away our assumptions about how things have been. They're changing too fast.
Yeah, Don.
I just wonder about if there's maybe a way they could work in something if they see a significant threshold shift in the biomass. If they see that, maybe they can, instead of doing it every 3 years, they can work it into, oh man, I should probably look at this. I know it's not supposed to be for another 2 years, but wow, we just saw a 30% drop or 40% drop or something like that. Just kind of like a fail safe. Just a thought.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Tyler.
I'm trying to understand the challenges, I guess, of doing the stock assessment every year. I mean, where they're saving time and resources. It seems like the energy that goes into it is building the model and acquiring and having the data. I don't get why you don't follow through and have a stock assessment. I know there's plenty that goes on behind the scenes that I don't understand, but it'd be nice to understand, what kind of time saving and resource saving they have. Is it mostly just actually presenting the data to us? Is that where the resources are saved? It'd be nice to know and understand that rationale.
Hopefully, one of the scientists can explain it a little bit better. So I know Steve Don suggested like a fail-safe put in. Would that be a friendly amendment, or how would you like that incorporated in what's being discussed right now?
It was more of a
Discussion point? Okay.
I just think that, you know, things like this can happen really quickly. And if we don't have something in place where they could react, then maybe we'll miss a possible, you know,
Something, yeah. Thanks. Yep. Steve.
I'm going to throw this out here for the way I understood this change would be is that the assessment would only be done every 3 years. The survey would still be done every year. And then changes would be made to each individual area based on the percentage of the survey. So everyone would get moved equally. And I think that part of what has been talked about here is the potential for, as we've seen this year, even as an example, that there could be, after that 3-year period, there could be a drastic drop in certain areas where it would be more gradual with a yearly assessment. You could kind of see that trend, potentially better prepare and maybe better mitigate those issues instead of waiting till that 3rd year where then you could all of a sudden the floor is out from under you.
Yes, Peggy.
I really apologize for this, but I got an email from Kurt Iverson last night about season dates. And so when we have time, this is what we hear. We should talk about it.
See, Dr. Stewart's here, so we'll throw you right into the hot seat. And then I'll turn it to Bruce to ask your question.
Yeah, thanks for coming back, Dr. Stewart. We're discussing some of the changes in the considerations around the 3 years or 1 year on the not on the assessment, not on the surveys. And there's lots of chatter going around about the surveys about why they go up and down in different areas and the balance between stock assessment in the areas and IPHC budget considerations. And, you know, the change from last year to this year is pretty significant. Some of the places out west are down a lot, and some of the ones down in the 2A or 2C and 2B are up. And are those up because there's a fluctuation in assessment concerns, because those are the big money making areas for the IPHC, and the ones out west are very expensive and not much catch. So there's just lots of talk about it, and would probably help us all dealing with our fishermen and our survey boats if we could understand how that balance works.
Yeah, thanks for the chance to speak to that. The survey in the last few years has given us a reliable index in most areas. We had in 2020, we didn't get the western areas or 2A. So the ups and downs that we've seen in the survey have largely been real ups and downs. Like, I don't think that that's measurement error. I don't think it's just variability in the survey from year to year. I think we are tracking real variability in the stock. In terms of the changes in the design, we have sampled more heavily in areas with higher biomass, but that's not going to cause those areas to go up. We're predicting when we do when Dr. Webster does the space-time modeling every year, we're predicting at every station. So we're coming up with our best estimate of what's going on across the whole range of the stock. So the increased station density in the core, particularly northern 2B, 2C, and parts of 3A, has given us an even more precise estimate of the stock trends in those areas in recent years. So I think we've actually benefited from some of the additional fishing that we've had to do in order to cover the budget side of the survey, rather than causing more variability. That's actually probably smoothing things out a little bit, which I think is your question. If I missed it, let me know.
Yeah, you have. It seems like there's a lot of effort focused this year in 2B and 2C, and it doesn't seem like there's been that big of fluctuations in those areas, and just wonder if it's budget oriented. I know last year was a very expensive year and it was a big loss for the IPHC, and I guess you've answered that.
I guess to follow up, we have increased the station density in areas with higher catch rates in order to meet the long-term revenue neutrality of the survey. So the reason it's not that the survey is more consistent because we've been putting more effort there necessarily. We're putting more effort there because that's where the higher catch rates are, and that's how we're paying the bills for the whole survey design at the moment. Historically, we had a much broader section of the core that was able to produce catch rates that would help to offset the overall cost of the survey. The ends of the survey, the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and 2A have always been losses for the survey. We've always had funded those through stations in the core, but at current catch rates, that core area that's producing positive revenue catch rates is, as you note, it's as small as it's been.
Tyler can ask his question, maybe.
John?
So, Ian, at issue, I think here is this potential, this idea of going to a triennial evaluation, doing the survey year to year, but doing a triennial evaluation. And if I read the group properly, I think there's some concern that doing the evaluation only once every 3 years could create a gap big enough to drive a resource through. What I thought I heard yesterday, or maybe it's the day before at the presentation, was that this 3-year evaluation with the annual survey will help smooth some of those bumps. And I also thought I heard that there wasn't huge concern amongst the scientific community that we would miss something badly. Is that accurate?
I think that's a fair characterization of what we were trying to get across, which is that the halibut dynamics are not that fast. We do see rapid changes in distribution, but overall, the stock tends to change fairly slowly in aggregate. And so we don't think that we're going to have a case where, particularly because we'll be monitoring it each year with the survey, we don't foresee a case where we would miss something major going on in the stock just because we weren't conducting a full stock assessment in those years.
And if I could follow up, so is there a significant cost in doing the evaluation every year? That is, what is saved if the survey is done every year, but the evaluation is not done but every 3 years?
That's a fair question, because we'll still be doing lots of analysis on all the same data sets. So there won't be a huge reduction in the amount of work necessarily. I mean, it will provide us more time to investigate things like whale depredation, how often we need to collect sex ratio information, other things we've been working, technical aspects of the stock assessment. The ongoing maturity study is going to require a fair bit of analysis to bridge the raw data into the stock assessment. So those are the kinds of projects that we will be working on if we had years when we weren't doing a full assessment. But you're right, we'll still have to do the space-time modeling to appropriately summarize the survey data, and we'd still have to do the calculations that would be based on the new survey data, so as to make use of what we had in a given year. So you're right. It's not like I'm going to be out of a job. I'll have plenty to do if we don't do the assessment every year.
So a couple things, if I can remember them. So you said you're going to, regardless, there's a lot of data evaluation you're going to do every year regardless. So if this evaluation of the stock wasn't done but every 3 years, and in year 1 or year 2 of that not being done, if you did see some wild aberration in the data sets you're looking at, you could do something to focus on an evaluation.
Yeah, I think we would definitely be watching closely the various indices, and if something was well outside of what we were expecting to see, I think we would end up probably doing a full assessment, even if it wasn't an on year. Sorry, I forgot I was going to make one more comment about variability. I know there's some concern that if we wait 3 years, it's just going to be even more change in the stock assessment. And I want to be clear that the changes that we make in the stock assessment are things that we think are improvements to the stock assessment. So I know it's jarring to the system to have big changes, but they are progress in the sense that we're improving our methods over time. So it is challenging for the management system to deal with change in the assessment, but in the long term, it's a good thing. I mean, we're not all carrying the same cell phones we had 15 years ago. We have to keep updating things to keep up and make those improvements. But that said, some of the change in the assessment year to year is noise. There's estimation variability where we get a new data set and it pulls things up, and then next year we get a data set and it pulls things back down. And some of that year to year fluctuation, we actually stand to gain by only doing an assessment every 3 years, because we're not chasing the noise up and down on a year to year basis. We're really so I think my guess is that we won't see appreciably more change than we do now. We're already on a 3-year full stock assessment cycle, and we may actually see those years in between be even more stable if we weren't doing the assessment but just tracking the survey.
Okay, John.
So just one more, I think. So what we heard at this meeting was, Ian, there's a change in the mortality rate, and that has given us more biomass, if you will. A change like that, is that something you're going to miss over a 3-year period, or how would that work? That is, if that went the other way and suddenly the mortality rate went up instead of down, if we missed that the first year and didn't do the evaluation, would you be concerned that after 3 years you looked at this thing and said, oh my goodness?
No, I think that's the sort of change that we would only make at this point on the 3-year full assessment anyway. So you'll recall the last big change like this was when we added the sex ratio information for the commercial catch in 2019. And 2019 was the last time we did a full evaluation. We don't make major changes without going through the full review process. And so in the intervening years, when we're just updating the assessment, we're really mainly just updating the data sources. If there are small technical changes, we bring those to the scientific review, we propose them, we get their opinion on whether that really represents a small change that we can do in an off year, in an update year, or whether we should really save that for a full assessment year. So effectively, we're already on a full 3-year cycle for major changes to the stock assessment. That said, if we uncovered some surprise, some sort of error or some new information that really changed our perception of the stock, I have no doubt we would just take action on that and do what we needed to do in a particular year.
Okay, I'll go for Steve, Bruce, and Heather.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm still looking for a level of comfort that I'm not quite there yet, because many of us in this room, we're dealing with a crisis in the crab industry, a crisis in the Pacific salmon fisheries, that appear to me to be largely climate driven, and we didn't see them coming very clearly. And any backing off of any data or established processes, it just makes me at least uncomfortable right now. So that's what you're hearing, at least for me, is some discomfort with this.
And through the chair, if I could follow
Yes,
up on that, I would just say that if we were looking at a system where we were not going to be collecting survey data in the intervening years and making use of that, I think I would share your concerns as well. Those cases where we've had the biggest surprises for groundfish and crab in the North Pacific have largely been cases where there was a survey missing, whether it was the biennial survey in the Gulf that just didn't happen that year, or the COVID year where we didn't see snow crab disappear. Those have been cases where we were lacking the basic data to track the stock. And we're definitely not proposing that in this case. We would still be relying heavily on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey in those off years to capture those changes.
Okay, Bruce? Can you turn your mic on, Bruce, please? Thank you.
You kind of addressed both of my questions in the last things you said there. I think we've heard some pretty sobering accounts of the risk associated with doing this, but maybe the 3-year assessment's a good idea. Maybe we could build a threshold into it where if there is a big step, bigger than anticipated, that it would trigger a change in that schedule, rather than have it too static on 3 years. If there's some flags, we want to react to it, and we should build that into this. So, thank you.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ian, so it sounds like the advantage for doing this only every 3 years is that you guys that work on it would have more time to do other things. Is that the main positive for this program change?
Well, I'm reluctant to try and put a weighting on the various benefits. I think there are some big benefits to not having to go through the whole process of negotiation and challenges with adopting a new set of information and new mortality limits every year. If there was a system specified in the intervening years for how the mortality limits might react to changes in survey, that would be the ideal situation. That doesn't have to be the case, though. The management side could continue on the same approach in light of the updated surveys. There certainly is a benefit to having the Secretariat do other work. I wouldn't really say it's other things. It's really all part of the assessment. It's just essentially more time to work on the pieces that you don't all see normally on an annual basis. Things that, things like our analysis of the scale and distribution of whale depredation. We spent a lot of time on that this year, but we didn't get far enough to actually make any major changes to the assessment on that front. But we did do quite a bit of analysis. We presented it to the review. That's the sort of thing, if we had more time in the off years, we might make more progress. And there would be more of those other supporting components to the assessment that would eventually come forward on a more timely basis.
Thank you, Ian. So you just said something that I maybe hadn't thought about, and you said it might do away with some of the negotiation. Are you thinking, well, I don't know what part of that comes from the survey results and what part of that comes from the stock assessment, that being the changes, the potential changes in the TCEY overall and the potential changes in the TCEYs for the different areas. Are you suggesting that those would remain static for 3 years unless something really big happens? Because I hadn't thought about that. So I just wanted you to explain that a little bit more.
No, that's one option that's there. One option would be, and these are things that Dr. Hicks has evaluated through the MSC, one option would be to have static limits. I don't think that's necessarily the best fit for halibut, although we might be able to get away with that. There would be some cost in overall yield to going that approach. Another option would be to specify a management procedure that was based on the change in the survey to fill in those intervening years. What we won't have in front of us in those years is a new SPR calculation, so detailed response to levels of fishing intensity wouldn't be available in those intervening years. But I should be clear that a change to a 2 or a 3 year assessment cycle doesn't necessarily necessitate that kind of a change. It's just that those are options that are there if under that 3 year approach.
Okay, one final
Heather,
question,
yes.
if I could. So I have a question that's very specific. if we were on a 3-year cycle right now, and we weren't making that, we weren't on the 3rd year, and you saw this survey result in 3A, just to use an example of a 36% change in that survey, would that trigger a stock assessment anyway, or would that fall in the realm of, possible signals for change in the stock assessment?
It's a fair question. I think I haven't thought about triggers at the individual regulatory area level. I think that overall the results from 2022 were actually largely consistent with our projections from previous years. You'll recall that we've been projecting a declining stock for several years now running. It was certainly a more abrupt decline in 3A than I expected, but we also have fairly low predictability in the distribution of the stock from year to year, especially right now with these younger year classes. So I guess to answer your question, I'm not sure. I think the coast-wide indices were pretty consistent with what we projected from last year's stock assessment, but the 3A drop was certainly large, and it would be something worth considering. I think that Bruce's comment about having fairly clear sideboards where, okay, if we've passed a trigger, then we'll do a full assessment that everybody's comfortable with is a good idea. And it wouldn't just be the comfort level of the analysts. I think we could have sideboards that were on several different components that were important to us in terms of the science. If we saw something that was outside the scientific envelope, but there could also be some triggers that were built in terms of the management response. If we're looking at an area whose quota is going to change by more than a certain percent, then that might be a trigger as well.
Peggy.
I have a quick question about the survey, because Bruce mentioned that there were some stations that were no longer being used up near Dutch Harbor. And I understand the financial side of it, but I was just curious, is there a threshold and are we reaching it where Ray's space and time model will need every single piece of data that you can give him from the survey to estimate abundance in an area or in a regulatory area? What would that threshold be?
Yeah, I didn't hear the previous comment, so I'm not exactly sure the context, but we haven't dropped anything out of our 1,890 station design. We have 1,890 stations which are in our design, and that's going to be the design moving forward. We're not occupying many of those stations, approximately half of them in 2023. Similar to the discussion that we had in 2020 about, well, what does it mean when we do this reduced survey? We can get by on a reduced survey for a short time period. So I don't have any huge reservations about our design for 2023, even though we're not sampling really much at all out west and very little in the south, because we had a pretty strong survey this year in 2022. And I anticipate we're going to get back to a better design moving forward. If we were to be discussing the 2023 design as the best we're going to do moving forward, then I think your term of we'll take any station we can get would be very relevant. This is not, the design for 2023 is not a design that we think would be sustainable for the long term. We will need to sample those western areas again at a higher density. We will need to sample 2A again. But because of the stability that we do see in catch rates, in terms of the spatial stability, we will have indices that provide a robust estimate for next year's stock assessment. As I mentioned, I don't know if it might have been in the conference board, my apologies if it was, but the one thing we will be lacking in 2023, particularly at the ends of the stock, is as much precision in the stock distribution estimates as we've become accustomed to. So with the light sampling in 4B and 4A and 2A, our estimate of the percent of the stock distributed in those areas next year is going to be considerably less precise than we've grown accustomed to. And I think that's going to be a source of uncertainty moving into next year's management decisions.
John.
But to follow up on that answer, the issue is that we're sampling fewer places, and so we have less data. And so the survey result is not, I mean, the survey result, which with the survey, which is done, which will be done every year. The problem that you just described is not with a 3-year period. It's just that we're not sampling as many places, so we don't have as much data in those areas that we used to. And so the outcome is less reliable.
Yeah, so you're right. And we, at some point, we also begin to have a reduction that's substantial enough in our biological data that it starts to become hard to see the strong year classes and things like that. What I meant by being able to get through with a strong coastwide index, even in a year like this, for example, using 2A as an example, and I hate to pick on 2A, but they're easy to pick on. There's only approximately 2 or 3% of the biomass in 2A. So if we get it wrong by 100%, we still get the coastwide index about right because we're within a couple percent. And that's how we can have a good index for the coastwide stock assessment, even though we don't really know very precisely at all what fraction of that was in 2A and what the specific trend was there. But if we leave that for 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, now all of a sudden that can get away from us. And that's the analysis that we do every year. Dr. Webster's developed a great method for quantifying the rate of change in these areas. And that's what we're tracking. That's how we're deciding how often we need to go back and sample these areas, is how much can the biomass, how much have we seen the biomass change historically, and how fast would that pile up? And that tells us how often we need to go back. So for example, inside waters in BC, we had such low catch rates that we don't need to go back there for quite a few years, because even if those catch rates were going up very rapidly or down very rapidly, it just wouldn't amount to enough to matter right away. But other areas with higher densities of fish and or more variability, those we need to continue to sample. And I'm not saying that the 2023 design is fully sufficient. It is a design we can get through for a year. But it's not the design that's going to meet all of our targets.
But just so I'm clear, all this survey work is done every year regardless. You're just saying that in any given area where there's very little biomass or you're seeing very little, it doesn't impact the coastwide survey, doesn't impact the coastwide estimation of biomass, doesn't impact it significantly.
Well, I'm actually talking about this, like this upcoming year, when we may only have 16 stations sampled in 4B. The proposed design for 2023 has, I believe, 16 in 4B and 16 in 4A, and maybe 20 something stations in 2A with the additional rockfish stations that we add. And so those are not sustainable numbers in the long run. Those are something we can do for a year and still have 24 stations. So that's a quantity of stations that we can do for 1 year with the expectation that we're going to get back and update our understanding of those trends.
Bruce.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely excellent explanation of it, and I understand what you're saying. Thank you. But just to get it back on the table, we are focusing on areas with maybe a balance between variability and density to pay the bills, right?
Yes, we are. We're sampling much more heavily in the core of the stock than we need to, purely for scientific purposes.
And purely for budget purposes.
We're sampling those additional stations
right.
to remain revenue neutral.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Nick?
Just out of curiosity, I know you said we're reducing the Western surveys this year. Just for reference, how many stations did we service out west this in 2022?
Rather than have hand signals from Kayla, maybe she could come up and tell me if she remembers.
I know there was the 24 stations east of Kiska were sampled for the ADAC area this past year. And then all stations that were in the design for, for ADAC were sampled, and then the 24 stations east of, in the Attu area were sampled. And I don't recall, and again, Ray, maybe you recall, but I don't recall the exact number of the stations that were in the design for ADAC, but I know that all stations that were planned were sampled in that area.
Yeah, I believe it's in the order of 70-something stations.
Yeah, yes.
In full
Yeah,
agreement.
correct.
And if I could just follow up, I should have mentioned in response to the previous question that although we are increasing the station density to remain revenue neutral, we do gain a scientific benefit from those stations. We collect the full suite of data, we get the biological samples, and it does create a more precise index in those areas that are getting additional sampling. So there's nothing wasted there, but we wouldn't need those stations if it weren't for the revenue considerations.
Thank you. Any last comments, questions for Dr. Stewart? Thank you.
Do you want to see it? Make sure everybody got their questions answered. We're good, right?
Yeah, I did. So with the proposal or the motion that's on the table right now, do we want to amend, or how does this change in light of the new information from Dr. Stewart?
Well, first, I appreciate all the information. I am thinking about a different approach to the motion. So whether I need to withdraw this one, but maybe I can just sort of give you my conceptual thinking first.
Okay.
I'm still not at my 100% comfort level because the one thing I heard, which is important, I think, to all of us, is that even the current models, in terms of the predictability of the distribution of the stock on an annual basis, are not very good, and that's what we're all concerned about. How much is the fish moving from area to area? So I like the idea. I'm going to steal from everybody else at this point.
Of course.
Of suggesting that we have triggers at the area level, and if an area hits whatever that low number is, whether it's a percentage or whatever that trigger looks like, it results in an assessment that year, an out of cycle assessment, basically. I think that's where I'm trying to go conceptually.
Heather?
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with Steve's thinking. I am still very nervous about this change. But I think that if you were going to have triggers, they would have to be determined by some analytical process. And I'm assuming it would probably have to go back to the MSE process and MSAB. I don't know that for sure, but it seems like somebody other than us would have to determine what those triggers were, you know. That's one of the reasons I asked the question about 36% down in 3A. I mean, what is the significance of that? And if that's the only kind of trigger that we have, would that have been a trigger? You know what I'm saying? Or would it have had to have been 60% down or 60% up, or what is the line? And I'm also a little bit, perhaps even more concerned since this conversation about we wouldn't have to negotiate. Not that I don't, not that I really want to do that, but it's got to be clear, I think, to the public whether that is part of the suggestion of only doing a stock assessment every 3 years, whether it means that you have essentially frozen TCEYs during that 3-year period. I didn't think about that before. And so there's a lot of, it answered some questions, but it also brought up some more for me. I mean, if that's the case, if it's a frozen TCEY situation, that takes a whole nother, that goes up a little bit different level of thinking for me. And so I'm at the point where I just need maybe even more information, and maybe the MSAB needs to go do it again. I don't know. I'm sorry I'm not being more specific, but it raised some questions for me that didn't really get clear.
John?
So I was just going to say that having heard this information from Dr. Stewart, I'm comfortable with the suggestion. I think it's from the MSAB that there be a triennial stock assessment as long as there are surveys. And to your point, Heather, triggers, yeah, we wouldn't know what they were. We could make a recommendation that there be triggers, so there wouldn't be any, event that we should see that we didn't. But I think I'm comfortable with what's being proposed by the MSAB, and the original motion, then I would vote against it. And that's gonna ruin your record, Mr. Chairman. Just saying.
Nick?
So just, yeah, thinking about this and dwelling on it, Heather, I thought you brought up some really interesting points. I would say I'm not opposed to a triennial stock assessment, but what these triggers and what the process would look like, and what does a sector quota, does it stay the same? Is it static? Does it shift based on the IFSS? I think there's a lot of context and nuance here that we haven't fully discussed, and I don't know if we're going to get the answers today or tomorrow. And I think we also need some guidance from science on what is an effective trigger, and then what does the quota do for the share plan for each sector based on the FISS data each year. So it is, I think, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to go towards that, but I just don't think we're ready to start that this upcoming year. I think we got to put a lot more thought and process behind all of these issues, because it's, I think great in the long run, but we just, we're barely scratching the surface right now. So I would think I don't know what the process for that to happen is, but I would say I would be uncomfortable to go to a triennial today and pass this motion or go against this motion. So I'm in favor of this motion as it stands right now. Yeah. And I think we just need to do a lot more thinking about what the actual details would look like for the future.
Thank you, Nick. Steve?
I'm going to pass.
Pass? Okay. Heather?
I get the feeling that there's a subset of stakeholders, those who sit on the MSAB perhaps, who understand this more thoroughly. So it's probably, it's they who we should be asking, I guess, they obviously recommended it because they more fully understand it and they're not concerned about some of the same things we are, I guess. But I had the presentation yesterday and it didn't answer those questions for me. And so maybe it's just a question of information transfer, but I don't feel like that information transfer has taken place really adequately enough. And so I understand that the commissioners might be thinking about having a work session to discuss this and not make the decision at this meeting. I'm hearing that. I don't know if that's true. And maybe if that is the case, then people could participate in that and get more comfortable with it. Not that the PAB would have an opportunity to talk about it together, but individual members could be more comfortable if there was a work session that included industry and there was more information transfer. It could be just that. I don't know. But I agree with what Nick said.
So I think that maybe the general understanding or thought is that we are not in favor of this because there needs to be further consideration put forward, which is exactly what this motion says. Yeah. So the idea of it is not opposed, but there's a lot more consideration that needs to be put into this thought, which is basically what Steve's, so at least the way I read it, how it's brought forward. Jesse?
Perhaps as a friendly amendment or maybe I'll put it up for discussion first, but more clarification on how it's going to impact us and the decision making that goes into distribution coastwide. I think that's, I guess, Heather, that is what I'm hearing from you. And that was definitely a big, I was surprised to hear Dr. Stewart mention that. I hadn't made that connection at all. And so I don't know if we could add something into the language that would perhaps say we, as a stakeholder, would like to understand how a triennial may impact the coast, more clear language on how this may impact the coastwide distribution or the TECY.
Sort of add some considerations, perhaps.
Yeah.
That being
yes.
one of them.
Yeah.
Some sort of marker that triggers, or some sort of trigger possibility. Yeah, something like that.
We may be able to add it to the last sentence too, where it says, talks about more, I guess, rationale with the climate and ecosystem changes. Annual stock assessments may remain prudent choice. We could say, in addition, our concerns, or
We need more information about its effect on area TCUIs.
Area TCUIs, and suggested triggers, or suggest identifying what scientific triggers would, and what the thresholds that would cause a
Full stock assessment.
a full stock assessment, a concern, like triggers that would cause enough concern to cause a full stock assessment.
John?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, who among our members is now on the MSAB? Who's on the MSAB?
I think.
Okay. Are you the only one from the PAB processors?
Heather?
I noticed that when I looked at the list, which I hadn't seen for a while, it was in the materials, and Angel Drobnica from Apicta is a member of the MSAB as a processor. And so I know that that's filling one of the processor seats. I also noted that there were a number of vacant seats, maybe 3 or 4. So, yeah, maybe there's processor vacant seats. I don't know.
Perhaps you could. Should we read where we're at with the friendly amendment?
Okay, I think I got it. We'll know when I read it out loud. Okay. The motion is the PAB encourages further consideration before moving from an annual to a triennial stock assessment. While there may be advantages in doing a full stock assessment less frequently, including the potential for less extreme changes from one year to the next, there's also the potential for unexpectedly large changes at the end of a 3-year period. In this time of rapid climate and ecosystem changes, annual stock assessments may remain the more prudent choice. In addition, we need more information on how it will affect area TCEYs and suggest identifying what triggers what triggers would cause a full stock assessment. You might want to help.
Yeah.
Maybe identify if scientific triggers.
Biological
Signals.
biological results, scientific biological results would trigger a stock assessment.
Would it be like off-cycle stock assessment?
Yeah, out of cycle.
Out of cycle stock assessment?
Fluctuation.
kind of cuts both ways.
Yeah.
No, this is so good though.
Avoid some sort of, we may need to define, like,
Yeah.
I'm in the
Yeah. A biological risk assessment trigger. That's the right wording.
So maybe suggest identifying fluctuations in the FIS. Would that be fluctuations in the survey that could? That's concerning. That cause enough concern. I guess this kind of goes back into it. That cause of biological, well, I don't know, biological systems.
I think there's something basic about the system that causes these changes in measuring the wrong things. You know, people are talking about it's not area specific anymore. It shouldn't be, but they still do it that way. That's how it's managed. And yet, if you can't depend on this, you can't depend on side results, then how can you decide what should go where? And that's the whole basis for application.
You know, it is some science and a lot of guesswork, or a lot of assumptions, I should say. But,
And the secretary is just saying that out loud. There's very little,
yeah.
you know, consistency. It kind of makes you wonder why we're even.
Yeah, I do.
It's like the IPHC system is bullshit because it gives you area specific IQ, right? I'm just sort of trying to think on a larger scale.
Yeah,
And that would be really hard to fix.
it will be. It's like, okay.
Sorry,
Perfect.
everybody.
Thank you.
All right, so just going to read the friendly part.
We're talking about changing the life. He's just wrong here. That's,
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of that word.
All right. So it says that in this time of rapid climate and ecosystem changes, annual stock assessments may remain the more prudent choice. In addition, we need more information on how it will affect area TCEYs and suggest identifying fluctuations in the FIS that cause enough concern to trigger a biological risk and initiate a full stock assessment in off years.
Could you read that again? Sorry, I'm a little slow this
That's
late
okay.
today.
In addition, we need more information on how it will affect area TCEY and suggest identifying fluctuations in the FIS that would cause enough concern to trigger a biological risk and initiate a full stock assessment in off years.
Okay. I can accept that. Just trying to preserve your.
Yep. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Any more comment to this before we put it to vote? None? Any opposition? None?
Are you awake? Is everybody awake out there?
I'm rooting for you, Mr.
Okay. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you.
And 12-1 is irrelevant.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So I think that sort of wraps up the more formal or stuff that we need to vote on. I know Mark wanted, maybe we'll take a 10-minute break and then Mark, you can, or do you just want to jump into it so we can push through to
Didn't take very
finish?
long. I just
Okay.
wanted to bring it up. So
Just to open a discussion about the other halibut fisheries in existence.
yeah, our world has changed a little bit, and this is coming from a guy that started in 1982 in Homer, Alaska, and what the major fisheries there were halibut during the Derby days, and in the Homer plant we would do 15 to 17 million pounds, and right now, that's our quota in Alaska. And I'm talking about the plant that we would do over a succession of the seasons. But I've always been Northwest centric as well, but my eyes have sort of been opened up the past couple, 3 years, having left the halibut world and came back into the halibut world. And I just wanted to bring up, and I went to a school in the study hall. They had this saying that's famous. It says, knowledge is power. It was like 5 feet tall that we all had to read every day that we went in there. Why, I have no idea. Most people couldn't read. But I wanted to discuss, just fill you guys in, because some people might not understand everything that's out there now. And this group should be centric to the Northwest fisheries. But the East Coast halibut, which is, they call it East Coast halibut, but it is East Coast maritime halibut. And that quota has been growing and growing and growing. And it's also been affecting the market of the Northwest fisheries, for sure. I mean, I myself used to send literally millions of pounds back to the Boston, New York, the East Coast area on a yearly basis. I don't know how much you guys have sent back, John, recently, or Jesse could talk to that the past couple of years. But very little comes back now to the East Coast. And that's because there is a fishery up in the Maritimes. It's very confusing because each maritime has a fishery minister, and they keep everything very, very close to the vest. And trying to get an idea of how they manage this. And what I'm talking about is Newfoundland, PEI, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Ontario. They all have quota, and they all fish it differently at different times and for different reasons. Just to give you an example, but to tell you what the quota is, this coming year will be about 13 million pounds. And that season, and that's the other reason I wanted to bring it up, is because the discussions in these meetings for the past 25 years have been talking about having a year-round fishery. And one of the reasons you don't have a year-round fishery is that you have spawning and other reasons, and besides the weather sucks up in Alaska and part of BC too in the wintertime. But the East Coast fishery is a year-round fishery. It never closes. It is open from April 1 to March 31st. It starts all over again. It's based on a quota, not an IFQ system. It's based on a quota. I think probably more similar to what you guys have, an ITQ system. And again, that's kind of hard to get and establish. But with the closures not happening at any particular time, that's kind of an interesting deal to look at. The weather in the North Atlantic is as crappy as it is in the Pacific Northwest. And these guys fish, up in Labrador and Newfoundland and all the way down. So it's become very interesting. And in the past few weeks with John Nagel Company, we've been doing 100 and 150,000 pounds a week going through. All of this goes fresh, and none of it is frozen. I've never seen a frozen East Coast fish. The sizing is a little different. The average size is probably 30 to 40 pounds. The breakdown of the fish are 10, 55s, 55, 85, 85 to 110. So it's a little different than what we do up here in the Northwest on it. It's also based on a commission. And this makes me really happy because when I have to deal with it, as opposed to what I dealt with at Icicle, if you make 10 or 20 or 30 cents, you're really, really happy. It's based on a cost average sort of commission to the buyer that brings the fish down from the boats on it. So I know you guys don't want to hear this, but I've never heard any of the companies lose money on halibut. And John would be able to accept that rather well with the conversations we have. The other thing I wanted to bring up that's become now very prevalent entirely in the country is Norwegian fish. This is wild fish. I'm not talking about the farm fish. We can bring that up if you'd like. But there is also a Norwegian fishery that's going on. It's between Greenland and Norway. The agreement is there. And that quota, it's interesting. There's not a set quota, but it's very strictly regulated. That fishery, the longline fishery, is also open year round except for one day, and that day is December 23rd. Why, I have no idea. But it is closed on December 23rd. Maybe it's for the Christmas holiday or whatever. And then it opens again. That's for the longline fisheries that are taking place there. That fish is a little bit smaller than the East Coast fish, but a little bit bigger than the Alaskan and BC fish that we've been dealing with for the past few years. The price of the fish, if you look into the marketplace, is a lot different as well. The East Coast fish, and I'm not talking generally in market, but it was as high as $16 a pound into the marketplace in July. Right now it's in the $9.50 to $10 range, just to give you an idea of what the competition is with the Northwest fish. There are issues of chalk there, just like everywhere else. If you put it side by side, I doubt anybody would really be able to tell the difference between the fish. There is a Latin genus difference, Stenolapis versus Hippogloppus. So it's like chalky fish, a blind test. Don and I were talking about that today. You put chalky versus non-chalk. Most of us probably couldn't tell the difference in a blind taste test. I don't know how well your taste buds are fixed that way. Norway, the breakdown is 10 to 33 pounds, 33 to 55, 55 to 85, 80 to 130. The other aspect of the longline fishery is that there's a trawl fish. That's where a lot of the fish come from, if not the majority of the fish. That does, in fact, close. That closes from December to March. So that's the same time that we're closed in the Northwest. So there's not competition. There is farm fish coming out of Norway. They're actually building an online, I just found this out, in Dubai. I guess if Dubai could do the World Cup, they can figure out how to farm halibut. I guess they have enough money to be able to, maybe they're taking one of the stadiums and turning it into a place where they can grow halibut. So it'll be interesting to see what that happens. But that's also coming into the country quite readily. That's substantially less in the $2 or $3 or $4 range with it. But both the East Coast and Norwegian fish are moving west, just like the wagon trains years ago. They're moving west. There's fish showing up in LA. There's fish showing up everywhere. So the competition is going to be more and more substantial with it. The easy thing about the East Coast fish, it's all trucked. We don't have to worry about a lot of airfish and the hassles. All of us in this room know what that means. And that makes it a heck of a lot easier and quicker to get it to market because airlines will take you a week and a truck will take you a couple of days. That's just because of the screw ups on the airlines. But again, I thought it was important just to discuss this because a lot of people don't realize that we're no longer the center of the halibut world and have been. They've been fishing halibut in Gloucester, Massachusetts since 1630. And they screwed up the cod, but hopefully they're not going to screw up. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the U.S. side quota. There's only 200,000 pounds of quota on the U.S. side. The rest of it, East Coast fish, is Canadian provinces up north. And that was because when we gave up the Outer Banks, not the Outer Banks, the Grand Banks, in the early 70s, we gave up all of the halibut quota. Why, I have no idea. But there's a few people that are trying to fight that now and get some of it back. We'll see if that happens. Just to say that we can get something back. So I didn't want to take up a lot of time, but I just wanted to bring this up because it's interesting and it has been affecting the markets from the Northwest and it'll continue to affect the markets from the Northwest. There is no doubt. That'll be growing. The quota seems to be growing by about 5 to 6% a year. And if they get a handle on what they're actually doing, they don't do the surveys that we do in the Northwest. And everybody, again, keeps the secrets to themselves. As Nick said, he couldn't find I haven't been able to find it either. The quota's online because they just won't tell you with it. So again, I just wanted to bring that up because this is an opportunity to discuss or to give you some information on what's going on in the rest of the world on halibut. So.
Thank you, Steve Myers. Was there a reason why there's been a resurgence? Has there been a reason why there's a resurgence of the halibut resource? Is it because they don't allow dragging in the same grounds and things like that?
That's part of it that they don't allow that, but they also are getting their proverbial crap together in the North Atlantic. And when cod went down, because they never fished for anything else, they didn't have to. And then when cod went down, they realized that they had apelio, lots of apelio there, and they've also been focusing on halibut the last few years. So it's sort of progression.
But those fish have always been there, even when we were sending millions of pounds.
Yeah. And that's why they're a lot bigger than what we have in the Northwest. So they're not. They haven't been hammering it. They've been hammering it for a while, but not as much as we've been doing in the Northwest forever.
How much of that fish is trawl caught, did you say? I forgot.
Yeah, out of Norway. It's just, there's no troll caught in Canada. No, but there is in Norway.
Out of Norway.
Right. The quality's not bad. I've seen some of that come in. It's not bad. It's not my preference, but I don't like trawlers particularly. So,
John.
I was just going to say, my guess is it's coming back because they don't have a record air-tooth flounder resource in their midst, which is what the Gulf has.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change until, guess what? You get trawlers to go catch it.
Yeah.
And when they do, they're going to catch halibut. But it's a catch-22 because until you take that resource away, they're going to outcompete. They're better feeders than halibut. It's just the way it is. Mark, I was just going to tell you, you're in the wrong room.
yeah, I don't want to go over there and cause any
Candace,
problems for
you need
any of you guys.
You need to go and tell the conference board this stuff.
Yeah. Well, again, I didn't want to cause any problems for any of us here.
We go Heather, then Nick.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other thing that I'd like to speak on for about 1 minute, but if others want to speak to this, I'd see
Go
to
to
that.
Nick then.
Yeah, I just have a question, Mark. Do you know what the quotas are for the Norwegian stuff, the long line and the farmed, or not the farm, the
Don't. It's coming out soon. So as soon as I find out, I'll let you know. They haven't really declared it yet, specifically. So I'll let you know.
Do you know what last year was?
It was about 7.5 million pounds total between the trawl and the longline fish. So you take that combination, that's quite a bit of fish. I mean, most of that goes to Europe. Most of Norway goes to Europe, but there is a market, especially now that there's not a whole lot going on. There is a market here in the States, or down there in the States.
From what, I mean, we've seen, I mean, in Europe, it doesn't seem like they value halibut anywhere near what we do. So they can get it into our markets pretty easy based on what they're paying.
And the flight availability is pretty strong because they're sending millions of pounds of salmon, every day. So they can certainly throw on a few hundreds pounds of halibut, thousands of pounds of halibut on these planes that are coming over. So they've got that down, and that was because of the farm fish.
We've seen in the past, I mean, offers of frozen H&G Norwegian halibut container loads, that's significantly cheaper than the Pacific halibut. I don't know what number, but it was quite a bit cheaper.
I bet it's 50% cheaper.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Was it small?
No, not necessarily, but
Had to go there.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I think you'll be popular at the bar tonight, maybe, with people asking me more questions about it.
Yeah.
Hopefully buying them a drink
I'll answer the questions
while they
if I
ask. Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't ask that this be put on the agenda specifically, but I just wanted to let people know regarding halibut bycatch, and it comes up every time. It didn't come up very much at this meeting, but many of you may know that the North Pacific Council did pass a halibut bycatch reduction management program in December of 21. They took final action after 6 years. Some of us around this table have worked on it for that long and more. But it is not going to be implemented until 2024 because it took the NIMS a long time to put the regulations together. The final rule is going to be published this spring, and it reduces at current levels of abundance. It's an abundance-based metric that is used to determine the limit for bycatch for the bottom trawlers, the Amendment 80 fleet. And they will be reduced by 25% at current levels of halibut abundance in the Bering Sea. This is just for the Bering Sea. And so it was a significant action, and it's taken them way too long to implement it, but it will make a difference for people who are in the halibut industry. So just wanted to let you know that that's coming soon. And as I said earlier in this meeting, the Gulf of Alaska folks, the halibut stakeholders there, are looking to do, I think, something similar when they can through the process. It just takes a really long time, but we're working on it. We're trying to get better. So just wanted to let everybody know that.
Thank you. I know the Secretariat has kind of cleaned up our minutes. They would like to have them approved today so we can get that off the table. I can have Andrea send it out to all of us where we can review. And I don't know necessarily how long everyone needs to take a look at it. But we could sort of break so everyone can kind of go over it and then we can sort of reconvene yeah, when a half hour, 45 minutes. Oh, okay.
Dave, I said this over to Dave, and he cleaned a lot of it except for a little bit of the discussion.
Okay.
Probably 2 hours of the discussion, which I need to.
Oh, clean up right now. Okay.
I think she wants to do that with you and I, or like a
Okay.
smaller group maybe,
Okay.
and then maybe 4 o'clock or 4:15.
We'll come back at 4:15. Okay. Peggy just has something quick.
Yes, Kurt Iverson in the U.S. Commissioners sent an email yesterday asking us to seriously consider nothing earlier than March 11th for a season opener. We're on the 10th and a late November, and I think we're fine on that. So just wanted to get that out on the record that I think we're close enough, but if we wanted to reconsider it.
It's been voted on and closed, so I'm not going to reopen that. So we'll adjourn in 4:15 to come back. Thank you. PAB members.
Yes, as far back as the PAB members can remember.
Yes. Yeah.
How many do we need? Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and send out well, hopefully the final copy or close to the final copy out for one more quick review, and then we'll go ahead and try and vote. We do have people who need the room at 5, so we do want to move through it kind of quickly.
Okay, thank you. Everyone in favor? Oh, how many in opposition? How about that?
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6,
2 are.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, no. I know that's my goal for next year, and then I can retire and you can have it back.
Oh, yeah, during your birthday, you said to nominate me. He said that they
Who wants to talk? Norm, did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.